Hey everyone, welcome back to Dreamland Encounters. On this channel, I share stories about extraordinary experiences with beings from beyond our world. Before we dive in, drop a comment and tell me where you're listening from. Get comfortable, settle in. The rain came down hard that spring evening, a far cry from the gentle drizzle earlier in the week. After a long, exhausting workday, I was walking home, ready to collapse. The sky had opened up without warning, and within seconds I was completely soaked. My jacket pulled tight. I hurried down the slick sidewalk. Cars were getting pelted and water hammered the pavement. Most people rushed past, heads down and collars up, desperate to escape the deluge. Halfway home and wishing I'd grabbed my umbrella from the office, something caught my eye. Near a corner store with a flickering neon sign, a man stood under a street lamp, completely dry. Not a single raindrop touched him. His dark suit remained pristine, untouched by the heavy rainfall surrounding him. I slowed down, curiosity taking over. The man stared directly at me, his expression a mix of confusion and intense concentration. "Is this normal?" he asked, his voice calm but slightly off. When I looked puzzled, he clarified about the weather. I glanced at the thick, low-hanging clouds. "Spring storms are pretty common around here," I replied. He nodded slowly, almost mechanically. "It's strange," he said. "Where I come from, this doesn't happen." His words felt carefully selected, like someone speaking a language just learned. Something about him felt fundamentally different. His movements were precise, calculated, studying me as a scientist might examine a new specimen. A faint, unsettling smile crossed his face, never reaching his eyes. The Portland suburbs, usually a peaceful backdrop of quiet cul-de-sac streets and big trees, felt different that cool autumn night. Streetlights flickered on one by one, the air carrying hints of wet leaves and distant wood smoke. About halfway through my usual route on Cedar Lane, something felt off from the start. A runner caught my attention, mid-30s, average build, wearing plain, dark running clothes. His appearance seemed completely normal, yet something felt distinctly wrong. With unsettling precision, he matched my pace step for step, stride for stride, like a living shadow. His face remained blurry in the dim light, though I could make out a sharp jawline and slicked back hair. As I continued walking later, people rushed by with umbrellas and jackets. Strangely, no one seemed to notice a man in a suit standing directly in the middle of the sidewalk. When I glanced back, he was still there, perfectly dry, with people inexplicably avoiding him without even looking his way. The street lamp flickered momentarily, its yellow light blinking erratically before returning to normal. An eerie sensation crept over me, not from the man, who remained motionless, but from something unseen watching me. I walked faster, but the street felt unnaturally elongated. City sounds were muted, as if I were underwater. Even the rain seemed to grow quieter. Pulling my jacket tighter, I stopped and looked around. The man had vanished. The street was empty, with only me standing in the rain. Was I imagining things? Stress and fatigue could play tricks on the mind. But then I saw it. A small, wet imprint on the sidewalk. Unlike any human footprint, it was perfectly oval, smooth, without tread or pattern. I touched it, feeling the cold wetness from the rain. Something about its shape felt fundamentally wrong. The day was ending. The sun was setting, the rain diminishing, and streetlights flickering on one by one. With each step, I caught glimpses of shadows slipping between buildings, always just beyond my direct vision. Whenever I turned to look, nothing was there. Finally home, I locked the door. That strange footprint and the man in the suit lingering in my mind. The street was silent that day, with only a distant car hum breaking the quiet. I was running, matching my usual rhythm, when something felt off. Behind me, another runner moved in perfect sync, mirroring my every step. It was eerie, like we were somehow connected. I stopped on the sidewalk, catching my breath and trying to understand what was happening. When I looked back, he continued running without breaking stride. No footsteps, no rustling clothes, just complete silence, as if he were floating past me. I blinked, and he was already halfway down the block. Another blink, and he had vanished completely. No shadow, no sign of entering a driveway or hiding behind a tree, just gone. Standing there, staring down the street, I couldn't comprehend what I'd just experienced. When I started jogging again, my mind kept replaying the incident. The way he moved like a perfect reflection, passed in total silence, disappeared into thin air. At home, I told Sarah about the encounter. She gave me that familiar look suggesting I was imagining things. I understood. It did sound crazy when spoken aloud. The next day at work, my thoughts kept drifting back to the mysterious runner. I checked the neighborhood security camera at the corner, but the footage only showed me running alone. Later, I realized I'd been walking for nearly 45 minutes, almost twice my usual 20-minute route. That night, I went out running again, hoping to understand or maybe see him once more. No luck. Something else felt strange. My smartwatch, which I always used to track my run, started acting weird. It kept freezing and showing incorrect times even after I reset it twice. I've retraced that path multiple times since during dry days and rainstorms, but never saw him again. No strange footprints, no additional encounters. Yet, on rainy nights, a lingering unease remains. Sometimes I wonder if I'm being watched. If that man is out there somewhere, waiting to ask that same cryptic question, is this normal? Scout wouldn't stop whining, ears perked and tail stiff, staring intently out the front window. My normally unflappable dog was acting strange, and despite seeing nothing outside, an unsettling feeling crept over me. I tried to laugh it off, but something wasn't right. During my next run, the neighborhood felt different. An eerie silence hung over the street. No cars, no children playing, no background noise from TVs or music. As I ran my usual route, subtle oddities began to emerge. Near Cedar Lane, a faint humming caught my attention, soft and low, almost like a drone. But the moment I stopped to listen, the sound vanished completely. Empty streets stretched before me, with trees swaying gently and leaves brushing against each other. Flickering patches of bluish light appeared between houses, vanishing the instant I blinked. My skin started to prickle with unease. Quick glances behind revealed nothing. I began jogging home faster, neck hair standing on end. Sarah was asleep when I arrived. I sat on the couch, trying to calm my racing heart. The house's silence felt heavy and oppressive. In the following nights, I continued running the same route, searching for answers. Strange occurrences multiplied. Once, a shadow moved beyond the trees, watching me. When I called out, only silence responded. Peculiar footprints appeared on the sidewalk, barely visible, as if someone had been running on their toes, almost gliding. These weren't human prints. The toes were longer, narrower, more like claws, with no sign of a person nearby. About a week after the first encounter, he reappeared near the park at dusk. The sky was a dull orange, and the air smelled of approaching rain. This time, he stood still on the sidewalk, waiting. He didn't run. As I approached cautiously, our eyes met. His face was pale, unnaturally smooth, with empty, soulless eyes. "Who are you? Why are you following me?" I asked. He remained silent, responding only with a thin, slow smile that never reached his eyes. My Wednesday at the hardware store began like any other day. The small, single-floor shop is packed with tools, paint, and garden supplies, a place I know inside and out after nearly 3 years. Dan, my usual co-worker, had called in sick that morning, but management promised to send a replacement. Around 8:30, just after unlocking the doors, a guy walked in who immediately seemed out of place. His black jacket, dark jeans, and suspiciously clean boots didn't match the typical hardware store crowd. "Hey, you must be the replacement, right?" "I'm Mark," I said. He just nodded. "Yeah, I'm here for Dan's shift," he replied, with no further conversation. As the day progressed, his behavior grew more peculiar. He helped customers quickly and quietly, barely speaking, but handled every task with an uncanny precision. More unsettling was how he seemed to know intimate details about my life. Details I hadn't shared with anyone. He knew about my backyard deck project, the specific lawnmower I'd been considering, and even that I was thinking of switching to organic fertilizers because of my daughter's allergies. During a quiet moment near the paint aisle, I confronted him. "Where did you learn all this?" His eyes met mine, or rather, looked through me, with an emptiness that didn't seem quite human. "I've been trained," he said in a flat, low voice. "Trained by who?" I pressed. He didn't answer, just turned away. He was standing just inside the front door, watching the parking lot when I returned from my smoke break. Our replacement worker had been quietly organizing boxes on the shelf all day, moving with an unsettling precision. Something about him felt off. I'd tried getting him to open up about his background, but he dodged every personal question. When I asked for identification, he simply smiled tightly and said he didn't carry any. Then he turned and walked away, disappearing down a side street. I never saw him again. Since then, I've been trying to make sense of it all. The perfect pace, the silence, his mysterious vanishings, the strange lights, the weird footprints. Nothing adds up. Some nights I still run that route, half hoping for answers. The empty street and quiet shadows later that night still didn't feel quite alone. Something was off. Something wasn't right. No employees seemed to notice him, moving like a shadow through the store. He walked past managers without anyone questioning his lack of security badge. His movements were controlled, almost robotic yet somehow natural. His skin appeared unusually smooth, almost like plastic, and he rarely blinked. When a kid ran by and knocked over some boxes, the replacement quietly bent down and started cleaning up without a word. His voice was peculiar, low and hollow, as if he were mimicking human speech without fully understanding it. Mr. Steyer, Harper, the chatty hardware store owner, approached to my shock. The replacement began describing a rare tool with incredible precision, detailing specifications, alternative brands, prices, and even providing directions to where Mr. Harper could find one. The old man looked stunned, almost frightened. He muttered something and quickly left without purchasing anything. The replacement simply retreated to the back room and closed the door. For the last hour, I remained alone at the counter, my mind spinning. A text from Dan asking, "You sure that's the replacement?" confirmed my growing unease. My neighborhood sits on Portland's quiet outskirts, filled with typical houses, lawns, and occasional barking dogs. Mostly families and retirees live here, and I've called this place home for about 4 years. Neighbors are casual acquaintances. We exchange quick hellos or chat while borrowing sugar. Martin's house, 2 doors down, was always polite, but not particularly friendly. Late last fall, Martin moved out, claiming a work relocation. The house remained empty afterward, with mail gradually accumulating and no signs of occupancy. One early spring evening, just after sunset, with streetlights flickering in the sky a dull grey, I was walking my dog when I noticed a figure in Martin's driveway manipulating the mailbox. At first, I assumed someone had moved in, but something felt distinctly unusual. At work the next day, a strange replacement appeared during my shift. He knew details about me and the store that seemed impossible, information from years ago. When I challenged him, he gave no real answers, like an imposter wearing a thin disguise. I watched the back room door, muttering to myself, expecting him to emerge. By closing time, I locked up and stepped outside. The parking lot was deserted except for one car, the replacement's vehicle. As I walked past, something chilling caught my eye. He seemed to be sitting inside the tinted windows, watching me with vacant, unblinking eyes. Driving home, an unsettling sensation gnawed at me. Friends dismissed my concerns, suggesting I was just tired or overthinking. Dan arrived at work the following day, acting completely normal. When I asked about someone covering his shift, he looked bewildered. He had called in sick, with no mention of any replacement. No manager acknowledged this mysterious person, and no one seemed to remember him. I checked the security cameras only to find the footage mysteriously corrupted during his supposed hours. Martin stood before me, looking almost familiar, yet slightly different, perhaps a bit paler than I remembered. He waved and smiled as if everything was perfectly ordinary. "Hey," he said casually. I stopped short, surprised. "I thought you moved out months ago," I told him. He blinked, then laughed, a sound that felt slightly off. "No, I've been here the whole time. Must be some mix-up," he replied. My doubts grew stronger. "You're sure? The house was empty all winter. I even picked up some of your mail a few times." Martin's gaze drifted down the street, looking momentarily confused. The next day, I visited for coffee. His house appeared lived in, but something felt strange. Everything was meticulously arranged, too perfect, like a carefully staged scene lacking any personal touch. No scattered books, no family photos, no authentic signs of life. Martin's greeting seemed rehearsed. His smile never reached his eyes, and his movements were unnaturally precise, as if carefully mimicking human behavior. When I asked about his recent activities, he remained frustratingly vague. "Working mostly," was his only response. "I still don't know who or what he was, but one thing remains certain. I never want to see him again." The Martin I thought I knew had changed, and something felt deeply wrong. Our encounters grew increasingly strange, with each interaction leaving me more unsettled. At first, I tried discussing what seemed like his absence, but he consistently deflected or appeared genuinely confused. Walking an unfamiliar dog, doing yard work, reading on his porch, he was everywhere, yet nowhere familiar. Then came the moment of clarity at the grocery store. I overheard neighbors talking definitively. "Martin? He hasn't lived here for months." This directly contradicted everything I was experiencing. One evening, visiting his house, the oddities became more pronounced. He opened the door quickly, as if expecting me. His voice was quieter, more controlled. When I mentioned the neighbor's claims, he hesitated before smiling, his eyes never quite focusing on me. During our walk around the block, his speech grew increasingly peculiar. He paused oddly, repeated words, and seemed unfamiliar with basic things, like asking about a maple tree, as if seeing it for the first time. Subtle details began accumulating. His shadow seemed slightly out of sync with his movements. He would stare at walls for uncomfortably long periods without blinking. His answers about work and hobbies remained perpetually vague and inconsistent. A photo on his mantel drew my attention. A younger Martin smiled normally, but something felt fundamentally wrong. The colors appeared washed out, and a strange symbol, a triangle with 3 dots inside, caught my eye. I recognized it from a library book I'd seen a year ago. When I asked about the symbol, he brushed it off awkwardly, claiming it was from the frame, which looked brand new. Late one night, the most unsettling moment occurred. From a distance, I watched Martin on his porch. His movements were jerky and unnatural, like a malfunctioning video playback. I called out, but he didn't respond. He looked human, sounded human, but something fundamental had changed. This wasn't the Martin I once knew. Night falls, and Martin haunts the edges of my perception. He materializes in shadows, then vanishes when I approach. His previous bizarre episode turning toward me with a recorded-sounding voice declaring, "I'm right here," fundamentally altered everything. After returning to the neighborhood, he acted completely normal, never acknowledging his unexplained absence or strange behavior. I eventually stopped asking questions, sensing his consistent evasion. Martin simply existed present, yet disconnected, a man who never truly left, but never quite belonged. At 3:33 a.m., a call pierced the silence. No caller ID appeared as I fumbled with my phone, half-conscious. A calm voice asked, "Do you remember who you really are?" My heart raced. Silence followed, then the same question repeated before disconnection. "I'm Ethan, a software engineer living where Arizona's desert meets forest, a small house outside Flagstaff, beneath brilliantly shining stars." My life seemed completely ordinary. No complications, no hidden history. Or so I thought. The mysterious call consumed me. Sleep became impossible as I obsessively examined my memories, childhood, entire sense of self. Nothing seemed wrong, yet an unsettling discomfort persisted. Subsequent calls arrived at odd hours, always from the same voice, always posing the identical question. I told no one, understanding how insane it would sound. Instead, I watched myself intently, noticing memory gaps that felt different from typical forgetfulness. Who am I, really? That afternoon on the Kendrick Peak Trail, something felt off. Cool wind brushed my skin as I hiked alone, but an inexplicable wrongness surrounded me. Phantom footsteps echoed behind me, vanishing when I turned. Tree shadows stretched unnaturally, disconnected from their sources, and a persistent voice invaded my thoughts. Investigating my phone logs revealed anomalies. These calls weren't from standard networks. Strange data scrambling suggested something beyond normal communication. I considered contacting the police but hesitated, recognizing no clear threat existed beyond the repeated, haunting question. Weeks after the first cryptic phone call, my life began to unravel in strange, unsettling ways. At work, colleagues noticed my growing distractions, sudden zoning out, computer screens flickering with static before returning to normal. My boss's concerned glances I deflected with claims of simple exhaustion. Driving home one evening, the sunset painting long orange shadows across the landscape, an eerie scene caught my eye. A pickup truck with an open driver's door, abandoned in a field. A tall, slender figure in a dark jacket and low-pulled baseball cap lingered at the field's edge. Nighttime brought more unexplained events. Around 1 a.m., a knock echoed through my silent apartment. The peephole revealed nothing, and when I slowly opened the door, the hallway stood empty. I started documenting everything: mysterious calls, phantom figures, my own fragmenting memory. Something was watching. The figure outside my window one night stood just beyond the porch light, vanishing the moment I blinked. I tried rationalizing a neighbor, a late-night jogger, but an unsettling certainty remained that what I was experiencing was not human. A small folded paper appeared on my doorstep. Trembling, I unfolded it to read the neat handwriting. "Do you remember who you really are?" The words sent a chill through me as I dropped the paper and quickly shut the door. I called Mark, my best friend, seeking understanding. Initially skeptical, he listened as I described the paper and mysterious figure. His tone shifted when details emerged. "Okay, that's weird," he said. "Want me to come over?" Together, we spent the entire night investigating. Phone records, the enigmatic paper, security camera footage, we scrutinized everything. No evidence emerged. No figure, no footsteps, nothing unusual. Yet the calls continued, recurring every few days. Same haunting voice, same cryptic question. Papers appeared mysteriously in my mailbox, on my car dashboard, during daylight. A figure lingered at the edge of my vision, always vanishing when I tried to look directly. Their movement was off, not quite human. Smooth yet deliberate, like an imperfect imitation of walking. Paranoia set in. I stopped hiking alone, obsessively checking locks on doors and windows. The calls persisted, a constant reminder that something unexplained was happening. Quiet Tacoma neighborhood had become my home in late October, its days growing shorter, with a steady drizzle making everything feel damp and gray. As I unpacked boxes and adjusted to a new job in unfamiliar streets, I first noticed him at the intersection of 9th and Alder. Nothing about this corner was remarkable. Just two ordinary streets with old houses and a few small businesses. Yet every day, almost like clockwork, the same guy would be there with his camera. Between 4:15 and 4:20 in the afternoon, I'd spot him while driving home or walking my dog. Crouched down or adjusting his lens, he'd take pictures of the most mundane things. Cracked pavement, a street sign, faded crosswalk lines. Most people didn't even notice him, but something about his routine felt strange to me. Initially, I thought he was just a hobbyist photographer or working on some project. But after watching him appear in the same spot daily for a week, my curiosity grew. One cloudy, drizzly Tuesday, I decided to approach him. I parked a little down the street and walked over with my dog. He was positioned at the street corner, camera ready. When I said, "Hey," he looked up slowly, not startled, just calm. "Aye," he replied in a low voice. "I see you here a lot, taking pictures of this corner every day," I mentioned. He nodded, eyes still on his camera. "Yes, it's important to document," he said. When I asked what made this corner special, he paused and responded, "I don't know why anyone would find it interesting. It's just a corner." His answer surprised me. I asked if he lived in the neighborhood. No, he didn't. He didn't know many people in the area. But he was here every single day at the same time. Something felt off about him. His movements were too precise, his words too carefully chosen, like he was testing each one. About a month later, everything changed. Sitting alone in my kitchen, I answered the phone immediately when it rang. "Do you remember who you really are?" the voice asked. Before I could respond, a soft buzzing filled the room. Lights flickered, the temperature dropped. Then a whisper, "You're closer than you think." The line went dead. After that night, the call stopped. The figure never returned, but sometimes I still feel watched, followed. The gaps in my memory remain, leaving me to wonder, am I really who I think I am? Simon's presence was peculiar from the start. His handshake felt mechanical, and something about him seemed off, though I couldn't immediately pinpoint what. Every day for a week he'd station himself at the quiet corner of 9th and Alder, camera in hand, staring intensely at what appeared to be nothing. When I mentioned him to local co-workers, they looked at me like I was fabricating stories. "Nobody like that hangs around here," one insisted, especially not on that unremarkable street corner. Initially, I thought his fixation might be some artistic endeavor. He spoke about capturing places where seemingly nothing happens, suggesting these ordinary spots might hold hidden meanings. Yet, an unexplainable unease lingered beneath our interactions. The details about Simon were increasingly strange. He carried only a camera, no phone, no bag, no additional equipment. No one ever seemed to see or acknowledge him. When I approached him one afternoon while he was crouched by the curb taking photographs, our conversation took an unsettling turn. I described the neighborhood's vibrant life, children playing, community potlucks, the bakery's morning crowds. Simon looked genuinely bewildered. "I wasn't aware," he said softly when I pointed out the street's constant activity. His response felt profoundly disconnected. Our conversations revealed how little I actually knew about him. He wasn't present on any neighborhood social platforms. No one except me had reported seeing him. When I pressed him about his residence, he offered only vague responses. "Not far," he'd say, "but I don't stay in one place for long." Driven by curiosity, I attempted to track his movements after one of his photo sessions. He walked slowly down the street, then abruptly vanished into a narrow alley between two houses. After waiting 5 minutes, he was completely gone. Something about Simon defied explanation. He wasn't exactly lying, but he didn't seem entirely real either. This uncertainty seeped into my thoughts, leaving me perpetually unsettled and questioning the very nature of our encounters. In this small Vermont college town, life moves slowly, especially during those quiet hours between the end of classes and people returning home. As the assistant librarian at the local public library, I've spent the past 3 years helping researchers find materials in environmental science and forestry, a field closely aligned with my academic background. Everything changed when Simon started appearing at the street corner, always with his camera. One afternoon, I watched him enter an alley, but when I investigated, the space was completely empty. Searching nearby houses revealed no signs of recent movement or open doors. That evening, I reviewed the security camera footage I'd recently installed. The video captured Simon arriving at 4:17, taking photographs, then walking down the street and entering the alley. After that moment, the camera showed nothing. No exit, no shadows, no movement. Multiple reviews, even at different playback speeds, revealed nothing unusual. Days passed with no trace of Simon. His phone number was disconnected, and neighborhood conversations yielded conflicting information. Some recalled seeing him, while others claimed no knowledge. An elderly woman even suggested I might be imagining things. Weeks of absence followed, interrupted by a haunting moment at dusk when I glimpsed Simon staring up at my window. In an instant, he vanished. Late one night, a soft tapping drew my attention. Simon stood outside, looking in. He nodded silently, then walked away. The next day, no one in the neighborhood recognized or remembered him. The corner remained empty. I never saw Simon again. Yet during evening dog walks, I sometimes catch a fleeting shadow at the street's edge, just standing, watching. Questions about his identity and purpose linger unresolved. At the library, a similar mystery unfolded. Weeks earlier, a strange man began appearing regularly in a quiet corner, always sitting with his back to the main floor. His routine was precise and unsettling, wearing a dark jacket with neatly combed hair and an unnaturally stiff posture that seemed slightly off. On his table sat a collection of specialized books about botany, forestry, and plant ecology, the kind of academic materials I usually help students track down. But something felt strange. These books were pristine, untouched, almost like carefully staged objects with no signs of use. His behavior was even more bizarre. When I glanced over, he'd be staring down at the table instead of the books. The moment I looked away, he'd quickly flip a page and set the book back without leaving a trace. No markings, no bookmarks. He seemed determined to avoid any interaction, never meeting my eyes. I attempted to engage. "Can I help you find something?" I asked, approaching casually. Silence. He continued methodically writing in his notebook, precise numbers, letters, and what appeared to be intricate charts. My second attempt met the same result, complete avoidance. Weeks passed with this unchanged ritual. Same time, same location, same stack of academic books. His notebook was always present, pages turning, yet no notes ever seemed to accompany him when he left. During a brief power flicker one afternoon, he disappeared. When the lights returned, he was gone. The books untouched and exactly as they were. The following day, he returned. Same spot, same routine, as if nothing had interrupted his pattern. I began asking around, talking to students and staff to see if anyone recognized him. Nothing. No one recalled seeing him before. It was like he had simply materialized out of nowhere. While organizing books in the environmental science section, I noticed something odd. One of his books lay on the floor between shelves, displaced from where I remembered it. Flipping through the pages revealed nothing unusual at first. Then I spotted a mark on the inside cover, a faint symbol, a triangle containing 3 tiny dots. I'd never seen anything like this in a library book before. Intrigued, I brought it to the front desk and compared it with other copies. None bore this mysterious marking. The cataloging librarian offered her perspective, suggesting it might be from a previous owner, but that explanation didn't add up. These were library books from a set acquired years ago. No one should have been writing in them. Days passed, and something felt off. I'd been noticing this strange man who always seemed to be at the library. Sometimes he'd stare at the wall for minutes, other times flipping book pages without really reading them. One afternoon I found an old forestry manual in his stack that definitely didn't belong in our collection. Then came a moment that sent a chill through me. While reshoving books, I caught him looking at me. His head was slightly turned, his grey eyes meeting mine, but they were empty, like something crucial was missing behind them. I quickly looked away. The next day, the books he'd been reading had completely vanished. I searched everywhere. Checkout logs, bookshelves, asked other librarians. Even the cleaning crew knew nothing. It was as if the books had simply disappeared into thin air. When I shared these weird experiences with Sarah, my girlfriend, she told me to stop obsessing, but it didn't feel like paranoia to me. Later, I tried following him after he left the library. He walked slowly down the street and then disappeared into the thick woods behind the building. I waited, but he never came back out. That night, I found my front door unlocked, something I was certain I hadn't done. Inside, everything looked normal, except for an old forestry manual sitting on my kitchen table. Sarah confirmed she hadn't brought it, and I knew I hadn't either. The next day, he was back in his usual corner. I wanted to approach him, to ask who he was, but something held me back. He never spoke, never made eye contact. I left the book near him and walked away. He glanced at it once, then returned to his blank wall, staring. Weird things started happening more frequently. Papers on my desk would mysteriously shift. My computer clock would change by a few minutes. One late night I saw a not quite human figure standing motionless under the porch light before it vanished. Grey walls and an eerie silence hung in the air, almost as if the place was holding its breath. I woke on a Sunday morning feeling disoriented, fully dressed in jeans. a black t-shirt and worn sneakers. My surroundings were unfamiliar, a dim room with partially drawn curtains filtering soft, cloudy light. A faint, distinct smell caught my attention, old wood mixed with lavender, completely foreign to my usual environment. My head throbbed as I sat up slowly. The apartment was small and minimalist, a narrow kitchen with a few clean dishes, a living area with a cheap couch, a small TV mounted on the wall. It felt strange, like a staged version of my own life. I couldn't remember how I'd gotten here. No memories from the night before, no text messages, no phone calls. My usual phone wasn't on the bedside table where I always left it. In fact, I couldn't find a phone anywhere. Checking my pockets revealed my wallet, keys, and lighter. There was also a small folded piece of paper with a single line in neat handwriting. Meet me at 7:30 tonight, 213 Harbour Stat. No name, no hint about who left it. I tried calling my number from the kitchen landline. It rang endlessly with no voicemail. The whole situation was bizarre. I live alone and don't party. Blacking out and waking up in an unfamiliar place isn't my style, yet this place felt oddly familiar. The walls were covered with landscapes, abstract paintings, and beach photos, none showing people I recognized, no family pictures, no books, no personal clutter. It was like someone had constructed a life for me. I decided to leave. The door was unlocked, opening into a hallway so quiet it was unsettling. No open doors, no voices, just a faint air vent hum. Downstairs, a small lobby with worn wooden floors and a faded rug carried a strange metallic smell, different from the apartment. Later, the books he left behind slowly returned to the library shelves with no indication of who was moving them. The manual disappeared from my car. Questions lingered. Who was he? Why those specific books? What did he want from me? No answers came, just the quiet library, an empty chair in the corner, and an unsettling sense of being watched from the shadows. The water churned gently outside, boats swaying against a grey backdrop. A residential street stretched out, lined with small shops and a cafe with a faded sign. The forest's flowers drooped, wilted in the chilly, overcast air. I pulled out a phone that wasn't mine. The lock screen showed today's date, but the device felt completely foreign. Swiping through revealed photos of a man who looked like a warped version of myself. Elliot, the name on the screen, accompanied a simple text. Are you coming tonight? An old apartment building near the docks loomed ahead, its exterior scarred by peeling paint and rusted mailboxes. 213 Harst pulled me forward and the door buzzed open. My heart raced as I stepped inside. Lavender scent filled the dark hallway. Apartment 7B waited with its door slightly open. I pushed it inward. A single small chair faced the window, overlooking the water where boats drifted in the wind. A voice shattered the silence. Did you find the note? I turned to see a man in his early 30s. Dark hair, intense green eyes, dressed simply in dark jeans and a light jacket, calm yet charged with an unexplained energy. Who are you? I asked. Someone you need to talk to, he replied with a faint smile. I've been waiting. Confusion swept over me. Waiting? I don't know you. I don't even know how I got here. He nodded, unsurprised. That's because you don't remember everything. But you're close. Close to what? I pressed. Do you remember who you really are? I shook my head. As he stepped closer, something felt off. His eyes were too steady, too sharp. I don't expect you to understand. You've been elsewhere. You've been somewhere you don't belong. And that place is trying to pull you back. My throat tightened. What does that mean? What place? His gaze drifted to the window. Not here, not there either. I felt a chill. Why are you here? To remind you, he said. Recognizing the name from the phone, I asked, Elliot? He nodded. I don't know what you want from me, I admitted. I don't know who you are or why you're here. His smile softened. Maybe you don't have to know. Not yet. As he turned to leave, I called out, Wait! How do I get home? How do I get back to my life? The farmer's market in my small town was just another weekend ritual I'd started a few months back, mostly to get out of the house and be around people. Nothing special, just regulars buying vegetables and baked goods. That Saturday afternoon I met Harper near the apple stand. She was carefully examining a bunch of Granny Smiths, holding them like she was searching for something perfect. I offered a recommendation and she responded with a soft, polite smile. She told me she was new in town, having moved just a few weeks earlier. I'm not sure what prompted me to speak to her. Maybe it was her careful inspection of the apples. Over the next few weeks, we started meeting occasionally, sometimes at the market, sometimes at a nearby coffee shop. Harper was quiet but comfortable to be around. She never pushed conversations about herself and seemed genuinely interested in what I was saying. Yet something felt slightly off. A strange distance, as if she wasn't fully present. A bizarre detail began to gnaw at me. Harper never appeared in any photographs, not a shadow, not a blur, absolutely nothing. The first time I noticed was at the town's small park. I was photographing sunlight filtering through trees, with Harper sitting right beside me on the bench. But when I later checked my phone, the bench was completely empty. Initially, I assumed it was a camera glitch. So I brought my DSLR to a local library craft fair, thinking a high-quality camera wouldn't simply miss someone standing right there. But the result was the same. Harper was invisible. My phone often lights up late at night with a mysterious message that simply asks, "Do you remember yet?" Sometimes when I catch a glimpse in the mirror, I feel like I'm seeing someone else's face. Almost mine, but not quite. I still can't piece together exactly what happened that morning, or how I ended up where I did. I'd walk down unfamiliar stairs, step out onto streets that felt both strange and familiar. Later that evening, my own apartment seemed different, too cluttered, too noisy. My mind kept drifting back to an empty apartment, Elliot's eyes, and a lingering sense that something wasn't quite right. He paused, looking back with unreadable eyes. You already are, you just don't realize it. Then he was gone, the door closing softly behind him. I stood alone, staring at the grey water, lost in thought. Who was Elliot? What did all of this mean? A picnic blanket, some trees and me, but no Harper in the photo. When I showed her the image, she laughed with an unsettling ease. "Maybe I'm a ghost," she said, grinning. This became a pattern. I started taking pictures everywhere, group shots, candid moments, deliberate tests, when she wasn't looking. Each time, the result remained the same. Harper would be right there, talking, moving, laughing, but cameras refused to capture her. Our discussions never went anywhere. She deflected with casual remarks like, "Some things are better left unexplained." Her reflections were barely visible, just a faint blur. Her evasiveness only deepened my growing unease. Weird interactions with others added to my suspicions. People would give her strange looks, sensing something was off. A child once stared at her uncomfortably before bursting into tears and running away. These moments felt like subtle confirmations that something wasn't right. One rainy evening, walking home, I confronted her directly. "Harper, what are you?" I asked quietly. Street lights reflected on the wet pavement as she looked at me carefully. Her response was simple yet cryptic. "I'm not sure I know." Possibilities swirled in my mind. A rare condition? A supernatural entity? The uncertainty was suffocating. Being around her felt like entering an unknown realm with unfamiliar rules. During movie nights in my small, cluttered apartment, I tried capturing her on camera. Each time, the result was the same. She would smile softly, place her hand over the lens, or simply exist without being recorded. Her calm demeanor never wavered. She seemed almost tired of the mystery. I didn't push for more information when she said, "I'm not like you, but I'm here." At least I try to be. Her response to my question about why I couldn't photograph her left me uncertain about what I truly wanted to understand. Our interactions gradually became less frequent. Harper mentioned her impending departure from town, and I didn't contest it. Before leaving, she gave me a small notebook, simply saying, "For when I'm gone." Months drifted by, and I returned to my usual rhythms, grocery shopping, walking through the park, living my standard life. The notebook remained on my shelf, filled with strange drawings, unfamiliar landscapes, cryptic symbols, and sketches of almost human figures with subtly distorted features. No answers emerged from its pages. When reviewing photographs from that period, I'd sometimes catch a shadowy hint where Harper should have been. a fleeting presence, almost visible but not quite. In my peripheral vision, I'd occasionally sense her watching me with a calm, quiet intensity, seemingly waiting for me to comprehend something profound. I never discovered what she was or why cameras couldn't capture her image, yet her presence had fundamentally altered my perception of the world. Perhaps that unspoken understanding was sufficient. One late night after a long restaurant shift, I called a taxi. The neighborhood was extraordinarily quiet past midnight, the kind of stillness where every sound feels amplified. Damp streets reflected earlier rain, and a faint smoky scent from a distant fireplace mingled with wet asphalt. An older sedan with faded yellow paint approached. The driver appeared to be in his 50s or early 60s, with thinning grey hair and deeply carved lines around his eyes. I settled into the cab, expecting my usual 10-minute ride home to my cramped apartment. The driver nodded calmly when I gave my address. "Got it?" he said simply. Something felt immediately different. We turned opposite the direction of my home, and I initially assumed a road detour. Familiar blocks passed by as the driver remained silent. After 10 minutes, I spoke up. "Hey, this isn't the way to my place. Are you sure you're headed there?" We were driving through a neighborhood that felt increasingly strange. The streets looked different, older cars lined the road, street signs were faded, and the entire landscape seemed subtly shifted, as if I'd slipped into a parallel version of reality. Street lights flickered, and the air grew cooler with each passing block. My phone showed no signal, which was unusual for this area. We kept circling blocks I normally recognized, but nothing matched my usual route home. An hour had passed since we started driving, and I was nowhere near my apartment. The driver hadn't looked at me directly. His eyes remained fixed on the road ahead, unreadable and too clear, almost like glass. When I asked if he was lost, he shook his head. "Not lost," he said matter-of-factly, "just following the path. Sometimes the shortest way isn't the true way," he continued. "You get where you're supposed to go by following the road less traveled." His calm smile never wavered, suggesting he knew exactly what was happening. Outside, rain started falling. First light, then growing heavier. The windshield blurred the world into a slow-motion film. Wipers slapped rhythmically, creating a hypnotic backdrop. Strange details emerged, a bird perched motionless on a street lamp, a fleeting shadow in a second-story window that vanished when I tried to focus. Suddenly, the radio clicked on by itself, filling the car with soft, distorted static that felt like a warped lullaby. When I caught the driver's eye, an unsettling intensity passed between us. "Why are you doing this?" I asked. He glanced at me and offered a slow, deliberate smile. "Sometimes you have to take a longer route to see what's really there." Unnerved, I asked to go home. The diner was quiet, with a few people scattered around and a waitress restocking sugar jars. I sat in a booth, my grilled cheese and fries untouched, barely paying attention. That's when I heard the voice behind me. At first, it sounded like a phone conversation, but something was off. No pauses, no back and forth, just a steady, flat tone describing a place. Street names started filtering through. Briarwood, Tanner Lane. They rang a distant bell. Then Bellamy Square came up, that tiny strip where the old bakery used to be before it burned down in the 80s. My hometown, 8 hours away, and I'd never met anyone who knew these places. But this guy was rattling them off like a precise tour guide. Not how someone talks about their hometown. More like he was walking through a mental map, methodically noting each location. The hardware store with red siding, across from that, the pharmacy, the old one with the green awning, the cobbler shop on the corner, 2 doors down from Mrs. Albright's sewing store. He mentioned details I only knew from old library archive photos. Albright had died before my mom was even born. Curiosity got the better of me. I twisted slightly, trying to get a peek without being obvious. Just the back of a head, neat brown hair, perfectly combed. A crisp white shirt collar over a grey jacket. No phone in sight, he continued, describing the town in present tense as if time had stopped. The train depot on Pine, demolished in the 70s, the park fountain removed after it cracked, every detail precise, every street meticulously recalled, as if the town existed exactly as it was decades ago. The streets gradually became recognizable again when I later thought back to the cab ride. Familiar trees and cracked sidewalks came into view, the faint glow of my apartment building emerging from the mist. When we stopped, I reached for my wallet, but the driver refused payment. "Sometimes the path isn't what it seems," he said with that same slow smile. As the cab faded into the settling mist, I got out and went inside. My phone showed no missed calls or messages. Later that night, while looking in the mirror, I caught a glimpse of something strange. A flash of that calm, empty smile reflected behind my own eyes. I still can't explain what happened. During that cold winter night, a mysterious moment unfolded in the diner. As I sat quietly eating my grilled cheese, a man beside me delivered a chilling statement. "You lived on Fern Street." He spoke it not as a question. His pale, clean-shaven face showed no emotion, his gaze fixed on the empty booth across from him. I stole a cautious glance, noting his lack of distinguishing features, no wrinkles, no marks. His lips continued moving silently, words I could no longer hear. The waitress had brought my meal and quickly retreated, seemingly uninterested in lingering. When I attempted to catch her attention, she was already refilling coffee at the counter. Distracted, the mysterious man remained motionless, hands folded, staring ahead. His plate had vanished without a trace. I hadn't even seen him eat. Curiosity drew me closer. I paid my bill and walked past his booth, only to find nothing remained. No coffee cup, no plate, just an empty tabletop. Scanning the diner, I realized he had completely disappeared. The other patrons continued their routine, as if nothing unusual had occurred. I approached the waitress. Did the man in the grey jacket just leave? Her confused response stunned me. She insisted I was the only customer in the booth. Despite my protests, she maintained she hadn't served anyone else all night. Back in my car, his words echoed through my mind. "You lived on Fern Street," spoken with such certainty, as if he knew me better than I knew myself. Through the diner's window, both booths stood empty, silent witnesses to the strange encounter. During my drive to the motel, the soft, misty rain outside seemed to carry its own quiet mystery. His voice lingered, suggesting a connection deeper than my own memories could recall. Earlier that day, I had been on an unfamiliar bus route, the 720 into the city. Having missed my usual connection, the journey felt different. Crowded and stop and go, the bus was filled with the mingled scents of wet coats and cheap coffee. I'd settled into an empty aisle seat, carefully shaking off the rain without disturbing my fellow passengers. My eyes were drawn to a passenger 2 rows ahead, a man in his mid-30s wearing a grey windbreaker and jeans. A small, half-inch scar above his right eyebrow caught my attention, its delicate crescent shape standing out. At the next stop, another man boarded who was his exact double. Not just similar, but precisely the same. Grey windbreaker, jeans, short dark hair, everything matched down to the smallest detail. The scar was in the identical spot, and his nose, jaw, and shoulder position were mirror images. The second man sat toward the back of the bus on the opposite side. I tried to convince myself I was mistaken, glancing around casually while pretending to adjust my hair. Each time I looked, the resemblance remained stunningly absolute. Their only difference was in their gaze. The front passenger stared out the window, while the one behind looked straight ahead. When I stood to let someone pass, I caught the back passenger's eye, light brown, exactly like the first man's. He blinked slowly, holding my gaze before looking away, as if nothing unusual had occurred. A woman across the aisle noticed my repeated glances and frowned slightly. But I couldn't stop watching. Something felt fundamentally wrong. The highway rolled beneath us, wet pavement hissing. I kept my earbuds in, but played nothing, listening intently for any hint of conversation. The 2 men's silence spoke volumes. The first man rose and walked to the door, passing my seat with a strange metallic scent, like overheating electronics. He stepped into the drizzle without looking back. The second remained seated, and for a moment, I wondered if I was imagining everything. 2 stops later, he too departed with the same eerie detachment. But the real unease came at my stop. Across the street, under an awning, the first man stood motionless, hands in pockets, staring down the block. When he slowly turned and our eyes met, his face remained completely expressionless. I was driving through New Mexico's vast desert, GPS signal lost, relying on memory and expecting to recognize the turnoff. The late afternoon light cast everything in pale yellow, stretching shadows unnaturally long. Something felt wrong, but I couldn't pinpoint what. At a pull-off with a single rusted picnic table and a green highway trash can, I rolled down the passenger window. It had been at least 20 minutes since I'd passed another car. A tall man in his late 50s stood facing the road, wearing a brown windbreaker and pressed khaki pants. His hair was perfectly combed, unruffled by the breeze. No hat, no sunglasses, no bag. "Hey," I said, leaning toward him. "Do you know how to get to Los Angeles?" He responded with chilling precision. 17.4 miles east on this road. Turn left at the white post marked 28B. That's a 43-degree turn. Continue for 22.6 miles, then turn right at the second cattle guard. You'll arrive in exactly 53 minutes and 19 seconds given your current speed. No, I think or about, just exact numbers down to decimal points. His eyes locked onto mine, unmoving, unblinking. A single nod signaled the end of our exchange. Days earlier, I had been haunted by similar encounters. Walking toward my office, I'd noticed a reflection in a shop window, a second man crossing the street behind me. I quickened my pace, ducking into a side street. At lunch, a figure in a grey windbreaker passed outside. That evening, I took a different bus home, head down, avoiding all eye contact. At one stoplight, I glimpsed someone leaning against a lamppost, grey windbreaker, a small crescent scar above the eye. As I merged back onto the highway, I glanced in the mirror. The man remained rooted in the same spot, hands at his sides, facing the road. A mile down, a chill ran through me. I'd never told him my starting point. How could he provide such specific mileage and timing without knowing my route or direction? I tried to rationalize it. Maybe there was only one logical way to Los Cerritos. But I knew I could have approached from 2 completely different highways depending on my morning's journey. Skeptical, I checked my odometer against his instructions. At exactly 17.4 miles, the white post marked 28B appeared. Curiosity piqued, I turned left. The highway stretched before me, endless and empty. Driving east from Boise toward Wyoming, I was deep into my journey. The last remnants of gas station coffee fading from my system. A man had given me directions earlier, strangely precise ones. Something felt off almost immediately. The clock on my dash lined up exactly with his estimated travel time. No matter how I slowed down or stopped, the timing remained perfectly synchronized, too exact to be mere chance. The landscape gradually transformed. The road narrowed, resembling a private ranch route. Scrub brush lined both sides, and no other vehicles were in sight. As the sun dipped lower, the terrain flattened, stretching barren in every direction. At precisely 22.6 miles, I encountered the first cattle guard. Low hills rolled beside a single wire fence, and the road seemed to lead nowhere. A faint dirt track disappeared into a dry wash, but I sensed this wasn't my destination. Another cattle guard appeared with a dirt road branching off to the right. No signs, no mailboxes. As I slowed to a crawl and checked my mirror, a man in a brown windbreaker stood about 50 yards back. Pressed khaki pants, perfectly combed hair, exactly as before. Motionless, just facing me. For a moment, I thought I might have looped around, though I knew I hadn't taken any turns. Unnerved, I pressed the gas and turned onto the dirt road. The path ended at a chained gate, beyond which stretched only open land. I sat with the engine idling, feeling distinctly out of place. Turning back, the stretch where I'd seen him was completely empty. No car, no person, no footprints in the dust. The sun had dipped below the horizon by the time I reached the highway. Miles later, my GPS flickered to life, rerouting me to Los Cerritos by a completely different route. The next town's lights were the first sign of human presence since that strange encounter. It was just after midnight when I pulled off the interstate. Hours of driving had blurred my vision, and the deserted rest area parking lot seemed like a welcome break. A single overhead light flickered with an industrial orange glow, struggling to maintain its illumination. Beneath this unstable light stood a man in a grey business suit, motionless, with a briefcase in his right hand. As I slowed near the entrance, something felt immediately wrong. His stance was unnaturally rigid. Feet too close together, shoulders like a posed mannequin, eyes wide and unblinking. The briefcase hung motionless despite a light breeze. I parked 8 spaces away, curiosity mixing with a growing sense of unease. The moment my engine died, the radio static revealed a late-night talk show from Nevada. That's when I noticed the man's lips moving in perfect synchronization with the announcer's words. At first I thought it might be a strange coincidence, but when the station momentarily faded and returned with a comment about weekend construction delays, his mouth opened and closed with impossible precision. My stomach knotted. I gripped the steering wheel, pretending to search the glove box while watching him. The overhead light continued its erratic buzzing, casting jumping shadows, yet the man remained completely unaffected by the changing brightness. I tried convincing myself I was just being paranoid. Eventually, I stepped out of the car and locked it. The July night air felt unusually heavy and cold. Walking toward the bathroom, I kept my eyes down but couldn't resist glancing up as I passed. He was still there, staring, unchanged. The bathroom's industrial cleaner smell overwhelmed me as I entered. Fluorescent lights hummed louder than seemed normal, or perhaps my ears were playing tricks. I splashed water on my face, trying to shake off the unease, half expecting him to be standing right outside the door. I pulled into the motel parking lot, noticing my car door was unlocked again. It was a Tuesday evening, long after the commuter rush, and I'd stayed late at the Tacoma office to finish a project. Night had settled in, with sodium yellow station lights buzzing their familiar glow. The train car felt almost empty, just a few passengers scattered around. I settled into a window seat, my bag resting between my feet. Across from me sat a man in his mid-40s, wearing a navy overcoat and clutching a leather satchel. He sat rigidly, hands positioned carefully on top of his bag, his gaze seemingly directed toward the aisle. When I stepped back out, something was different. He had turned slightly, not facing me head-on anymore, but angled like he might start walking. His lips had stopped moving. The briefcase still hung the same way, but now both his shoes were pointed toward my car. I walked faster. Keys already in hand, I approached my vehicle and froze. The driver's side door was unlocked. I knew I'd locked it. I'd heard the beep when I walked away. The radio was louder now, just barely, but enough to catch my attention. An announcer droned on about a weather report for some unfamiliar city. I got in, slammed the door, locked it again, and started the engine. I should have just driven off. But as I pulled out, a glance through the rear view revealed him standing at the lot's edge, where sidewalk met pavement, facing the road. Flickering light behind him cast his face in shadow, yet I could still see his mouth moving. The radio announcer's voice continued, still perfectly synced. Back on the interstate, the rest stop faded into darkness. I tried convincing myself it was a coincidence. Maybe he had an earpiece, was just mouthing along to something, but the more I thought, the less sense it made. 10 minutes later, the radio's static disappeared. The same announcer spoke with crystal clear reception, as if broadcasting from right next to me. As I reached to turn it off, movement in the rear view caught my eye. Far back on the shoulder, under another streetlight, stood a man in a business suit. Same height, same stance, same briefcase. I kept my eyes on the road after that. Didn't look back until near the next second. The silence felt wrong, but I didn't turn it back on. The train's rhythm felt different today. Hollow and unsettling. Wheels rumbling beneath me, I leaned against the window, letting my eyes drift over the nighttime reflection. Everything seemed ordinary at first. Me, the man across the aisle, the dim interior, city lights blurring past outside. Then something caught my attention. In the reflection, the man wasn't looking away as his physical position suggested. He was staring directly at me, unblinking. I blinked repeatedly, trying to clear my vision or dismiss what I was seeing, Was it a trick of perspective? Maybe he glanced up, and I caught the moment just right. But when the train jolted and his actual head turned slightly toward the aisle, the reflection's movement felt unnervingly precise. His eyes remained fixed on me. Around me, college students chatted in the back. A woman in a red scarf sat further up. Nobody seemed aware of anything unusual. Curiosity gnawed at me. I looked down at my phone, trying to rationalize the moment. Perhaps exhaustion or the train's glass was playing tricks. Carefully, I positioned myself to see both the man and his reflection in my peripheral vision. The synchronicity was chilling. When his actual hand lifted to adjust his cuff, the reflection mimicked the movement perfectly. Yet while his physical self moved naturally, the reflection's head remained motionless. Its eyes locked onto mine. From this angle, I could only see part of his face. He remained completely still, not reacting to anything around him. But the reflected eyes were wrong. Too pale, almost grey, and strangely static. They didn't shift with the changing station lights. I pressed my hand against the glass, hoping to break the strange spell. Nothing changed. Those unblinking eyes tracked my every movement precisely, while the actual man didn't move an inch. As the train slowed into the next station, the overhead lights flickered. In that brief moment of darkness, I saw only my own faint reflection. But when light returned, his image was back, watching intently. My jaw clenched, a growing sense of unease settling over me. The long two-lane highway stretched out before me, cutting through a landscape that felt completely deserted. Overcast skies flattened the light, making it impossible to tell if evening was approaching. My gas gauge had been dropping steadily for the past 20 miles when a faded sign for a station caught my eye. The place looked weathered but not completely abandoned. A single pump island, a small shop with one front window, and a tall sign with missing letters marked the spot. Gravel crunched under my tires as I pulled in. Before I could fully park, a man named Martin, according to the patch on his blue work shirt, emerged from around the side of the building. Wearing a tan cap pulled low, he walked up with a smile and reached for the pump handle. "Evening," he said cheerfully. "Fill it up." I nodded, rolled down my window halfway, and handed him my card. He swiped it on a handheld reader and began pumping gas. "Bit of a cold snap coming in tonight," Martin mentioned, glancing at the clouds. "It's going to be down to the high 20s after sunset." I blinked, surprised. I'd been driving all day in short sleeves with the windows cracked, and my car thermometer had read 74 when I pulled in. "Really?" I said. Martin chuckled as if I'd made a joke. "Not for long," he replied. "Last night it was barely over 30 by the time the moon was up." The train rocked gently as passengers shuffled about. Across from me, a man sat motionless, his presence sending an inexplicable chill down my spine. I wanted to change cars but feared drawing attention to my growing unease. Instead, I casually reached into my bag, pretending to search for something while keeping watch. Subtly, the reflection's head began to move. Its mouth opened slowly, forming silent words with exaggerated care. The real person's lips never twitched. My heart raced, pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. 4 stations remained before my stop, and suddenly that felt like an eternity. The train announcer's voice crackled over the intercom, distorted and muffled. Eerily, the reflection's mouth moved in perfect synchronization, as if lip-syncing the announcement. The actual man continued sitting motionless, facing away. I forced myself to look down, counting seconds until the next station. When we finally arrived, I gathered my strength. My legs trembled, but I managed to stand, swing my bag over my shoulder, and move toward the doors. The train doors opened and I glanced back, noticing something off. The man who'd been chatting with me moments ago was still seated, but the reflection in the window behind him had turned completely toward me. Both of its hands were pressed flat against the glass, fingers spread, leaning closer. It was 4:42 p.m., and something about his earlier tone had made me check my watch. His conversation had been easy and casual, asking about my destination and the road construction near Oko. I'd answered without much thought, repeatedly scanning my surroundings. When I stepped off the train, I didn't see him follow, but as the train pulled away, I caught a final glimpse through the window. The seat where he'd been sitting was now empty, yet the reflection remained. At the gas station, a guy in a blue cap filled my tank. The dashboard showed 74 degrees, and when he finished, he returned my card with a thank you that felt more like I'd done him a favor. I stretched my legs and watched him walk toward the building's far side. Inside the shop, a bell jingled. Motor oil and old candy scents filled the air. A woman in her late 50s flipped through a magazine behind the counter. "Hey there," I said, setting down a water bottle. "You got a good guy working the pumps?" Her confused look stopped me. "Working the pumps?" I smiled, thinking she was joking. "Martin, blue shirt, cap. He just filled me up." Her brow furrowed. "Honey, we haven't had a pump attendant in 6 or 7. It's self-serve." Stunned, I stared. "No, he was just out there. He took my card." She shook her head slowly. "I'm the only one here. All day." Bewildered, I paid for the water and stepped outside. The pump island was empty. No Martin. The gravel lot stretched flat and open, with no other cars. I looked toward where he'd walked earlier. Nothing. Climbing back into my car, I sat with the engine off, early fall air drifting through the cracked window. Driving past the building's side, I saw only old tires, a rusty dumpster, and weeds. No footprints, no sign of anyone. Back on the highway, I gripped the steering wheel, replaying his voice, the way he'd smiled, talking about the weather like it was a certainty already happening. Miles of scrubland and barbed wire fences stretched out on both sides of the nearly empty highway as I drove back from visiting a friend in Pueblo, Colorado, late in the fall. The sky was heavy and dark, with just a faint orange line where the sun had recently set. The high-altitude air felt crisp and sharp, making each breath seem more intense. About an hour into my drive, a figure on the shoulder caught my eye. Standing perfectly still, he faced the road in a long, dusty brown coat that looked like it had been dragged through mud. There was no nearby town, no gas station, just a ranch road half a mile back. This wasn't a typical hitchhiking spot. He wasn't signaling for a ride. As I approached, he raised his arm and waved once, not frantically, but as if he expected me to stop. And stop I did, though I couldn't explain why. I rolled down the passenger window just a few inches, keeping my seatbelt on. "Evening," I said, trying to sound casual. He stepped closer, stopping just outside arm's reach. His pale, almost greyish face was striking, but what truly unnerved me were his eyes. Solid black pupils, as if someone had replaced his irises with ink. He wasn't blinking, not once. "Have you seen the craft?" he asked, his voice unnervingly calm. Each word was spoken with deliberate, even spacing, like a rehearsed script. Something about his accent was foreign, yet unplaceable. When I nervously laughed and assumed he meant an airplane, he tilted his head slightly, clearly not understanding my attempt at humor. "It passed over here, low to the ground," he continued. "I'm following it." The way he said "following" made my stomach churn. I glanced up and down the empty highway. "Haven't seen anything," I replied. "Sorry." He remained motionless. His hands were deep in his coat pockets, but I noticed a faint, methodical twitching in the fabric, as if his fingers were slowly, deliberately moving. He finally said I would know if I'd seen it, his mouth forming a smile that didn't reach his eyes. The silence afterward hung heavy. As I started to roll up the window, he leaned in and warned, "It left something here. It isn't safe." At the next rest stop, I checked my banking app. No charge from the station, nothing from anywhere in that area, just the lingering memory of a conversation that seemed to exist outside of reality. I eased off the gas, my heart racing as I realized something was terribly wrong. The first encounter seemed coincidental, but now it felt deliberate. I had shifted the car into gear and driven away from the initial spot, glancing in the rearview mirror to see him standing motionless, watching me intently. At the highway junction he appeared again. Same coat, same stance. My headlights briefly illuminated his face, revealing pupils unnaturally wide. There was no logical explanation for his presence. No vehicle, no possible shortcut across the scrubland could explain how he'd arrived before me. 20 minutes later, I pulled into a small town's gas station. The typical convenience store/gas station was quiet, with nothing else open past 9 p.m. A neck-prickling sensation returned as I noticed a figure across the street under a dim street lamp. Motionless, wearing a dusty coat, the person stood perfectly still as traffic lights cycled through their colors. Inside, I approached the young clerk to ask about the stranger. My hands trembled as I described the man, his coat, his strange eyes. He looked up briefly from his phone and said, "No one matching that description had been in." Then, almost casually, he added, "But you're not the first person to mention him." That was enough. I skipped my usual road trip snacks and hit the highway, eager to leave. Late into the night, the road narrowed through a dense state forest where trees pressed close to the edges. My high beams caught a figure stepping onto the shoulder, again in that dusty coat, barely visible. This time, I didn't slow down. I kept my eyes forward, but I could feel his gaze tracking me, like an invisible weight, pressing against my skin. His deliberate tracking felt anything but random. Each appearance seemed calculated, designed to unsettle me completely. The night was past midnight when I returned home. As I pulled into the driveway, the motion sensor light flooded the yard with a stark white glow. My engine fell silent, and I sat momentarily, nerves jangling. Something caught my eye on the car's hood, a perfect circle drawn in fine grey dust. This wasn't random road dirt, but a deliberate uniform mark about the size of a dinner plate. Definitely not there when I'd left my friend's place earlier. I didn't touch it. Instead, I went inside and made sure every door was locked. By dawn, the circle had completely disappeared, not smudged or washed away, simply gone, as if it had never existed at all. Winter hiking near Mount Hood was a familiar routine for me. Just an hour from home, I often ventured out when conditions permitted. Late January offered a grey but clear day, temperatures hovering around 25 deg, with no wind. My boots crunched on hard-packed snow with each step. Solitude was expected on these winter trails. Most hikers avoid higher ground during the cold months. About 3 miles into my hike, near a ridgeline overlooking a frozen creek, a figure ahead caught my attention. At first, I mistook it for a rock or tree stump, but then I noticed it was moving, subtly shifting position. As I approached, the details became unsettling. A man in his mid-30s stood before me, dressed bizarrely for the freezing conditions. A faded red t-shirt, light tan shorts, and old running shoes. No protective gear, no hat or gloves. His skin was unnaturally pale, like someone who hadn't seen sunlight in years. Something felt deeply wrong. His posture was unnatural, perfectly motionless, arms hanging limply, staring straight ahead as if waiting for something specific. 20 feet away, he slowly turned his head toward me. Not abruptly, but with calculated precision. "Aren't you freezing?" I asked, attempting to sound friendly. He tilted his head slightly, reminiscent of a dog hearing an unfamiliar sound. "It's 73 day," he stated in a flat, mechanical voice. I nervously laughed and insisted it was well below freezing, but he repeated the same phrase with an eerie, robotic exactness. Feeling increasingly uncomfortable, I mumbled a quick goodbye and continued walking. His unblinking gaze burned into my back as I moved away. 50 yards later, I glanced over my shoulder. He remained rooted in the exact same spot, arms rigid at his sides. An electric presence trailed me down the hiking path. An unsettling sensation that sent chills through my body. Though no footsteps echoed behind me, something felt fundamentally wrong. Periodic glances over my shoulder revealed nothing. Near the creek's trail fork, I stopped to drink water. A disembodied voice suddenly cut through the dense woods. "You're going the wrong way." I spun around, but saw only wind rustling through snow-laden branches. My cautious "hello" went unanswered. Pushing forward, I tried convincing myself it was just another hiker playing mind games, but my instincts told a different story. The winter landscape unfolded at the planned overlook, a breathtaking scene of a frozen creek winding through snow-covered trees. My unease lingered. While scanning the tree line, I spotted him again, standing impossibly across the creek, far from where I'd last seen him. No bridges existed. No logical path explained his sudden appearance. He remained perfectly still, watching. After 30 seconds of stunned observation, I decided to retreat, hoping to reach my car before darkness consumed the forest. The return journey felt surreal. Forest sounds seemed to withdraw, creating an unnatural silence. At one point, crunching snow followed my steps, but when I stopped, the sound immediately vanished. A long layover in Salt Lake City stretched before me during a midweek flight home from Denver. The airport concourse was eerily empty. Most gates stood dark, display screens either blank or cycling mindless advertisements. I settled near the windows in a quiet row, surrounded by silence, except for a distant electric cart's beeping. The carpet held a faint disinfectant smell. Minutes after sitting, a man approached, late 30s or early 40s, wearing a perfectly tailored grey suit, crisp white shirt, dark tie, and polished shoes. No luggage, no roller bag, no backpack, not even a phone. He sat one seat away, the proximity feeling intentional. "Where you headed?" he asked, eyes fixed on the darkened gatehead. His voice was even almost rehearsed. "Cattle," I responded. "You connecting?" he said. In a bit. The gate sign was blank. The desk behind the counter stood empty. Through the window, only the slow spin of the baggage carousel offered any movement. At a weekend flea market just outside of Asheville, North Carolina, the late November day was gray and damp. A chill seeped through layers of clothing, and the sky hung low. Mostly locals and a few tourists like me wandered between stalls, making the market quieter than usual. I'm not typically someone who browses flea markets, but I was killing time. The old things around me caught my attention. Objects with history, touched by unknown hands from years past. Fried dough and coffee scents filled the air as I moved between vendors. My trip to Denver started like any other travel day. A routine airport wait, typical weather, nothing out of the ordinary. A man in a perfectly pressed suit caught my eye, his hair meticulously parted without a single wrinkle. I looked away to grab my water bottle, and when I glanced back, he had vanished. The seat beside me was empty. Looking down the concourse, I could see a clear 50 yards in both directions, but no sign of him. I thought maybe he'd slipped into the nearby bathroom, but the door was in my direct view, and no one had entered or left. Something strange about his waiting area became apparent. The gate looked completely abandoned. Boarding lane stanchions were pushed aside, the podium unplugged. Even the plastic bin tags for carry-ons were missing. I scanned the area for several minutes, finding nothing. Later, when I boarded my flight, I noticed something odd on my email itinerary, a future trip I'd booked weeks earlier. The departure gate was the same, C14. When I landed in Seattle, I double-checked. The gate number remained unchanged. On a hiking trail, I waited and listened, but the sound didn't return. About halfway back to the trailhead, a sharp bend offers a view of the path behind. As I rounded it, I saw him, maybe 50 yards away, walking steadily, not fast. I kept moving, forcing myself not to run. Every minute, I'd look back. He remained the same distance behind, always walking. When I reached the parking lot, my car was the only one there. I quickly unlocked it, started the engine, and looked toward the trail. He wasn't there. Driving about a quarter mile, curiosity pulled me to a spot where the road curves, revealing the trailhead through trees. I slowed down and looked. He was standing at the lot's edge, facing the road, arms loose at his sides. I didn't stop again. At home, I checked that day's weather, confirming the high had been 27 deg. I was wandering through the market when I stopped at a booth with an unusual display. An old man sat behind a meticulously organized table, surrounded by a stark contrast to the cluttered spaces nearby. About a dozen pocket watches lay spread on a velvet cloth, each one different yet somehow identical. What caught my eye was their synchronization, each watch ticking in perfect, precise rhythm. When I tapped one lightly, the others seemed to respond as if invisibly connected. The man watched me with a gentle, tired smile. "They all tick the same," I said, holding up a watch. He nodded slowly. "Different times, different makers, but all set to the..." Confused, I asked, "What place?" His soft smile offered no explanation. I noticed something odd. Every watch's second hand was frozen at the exact same spot. The minute and hour hands pointed to 316, and the sound wasn't a typical watch tick, but more like a deep, steady heartbeat. His thin white hair was combed precisely back, pale skin marked with age spots, and deep-set eyes seemed to hold unspoken stories. A brown cardigan was buttoned completely, despite the mild temperature. When I asked about their origin, he retrieved a worn black and white photograph from beneath the table. The grainy image showed a group of men outside an old factory. One man stood slightly apart, holding a pocket watch toward the camera, bearing a striking resemblance to the vendor himself. "They're all set to the same place," he murmured, almost to himself. "Isn't it strange how sometimes it just stops?" I never mentioned this encounter to anyone. To this day, I don't know what was happening at that booth, why the watches were synchronized, or what significance the photograph held. When I asked if he could fix the watches, he simply said he preferred selling them. A light rain began to sprinkle down, and the market grew quiet. His pale, almost translucent eyes held an unsettling quality as he spoke about time in cryptic phrases. The booth felt strange, with no other vendors nearby, and a growing chill in the air. "Strange is relative," he told me, tapping a watch. "They're all keeping time together. That's what matters." Every watch on his table pointed precisely to 3:16, a fact he casually confirmed when I inquired about the time. His voice carried an odd echo, as if pulling words from some distant memory. He spoke of time leaving us with a philosophical undertone, then suddenly wrapped a watch in a velvet pouch and offered it to me. Uneasy, I accepted the gift and left as the rain intensified. When I glanced back, the booth was empty. The vendor had vanished completely, leaving only a neatly folded velvet cloth on the table, as if he'd never existed. Weeks have passed, but the watch continues its steady rhythm, always 3:16. In quiet moments, I catch whispers of other watches, just barely audible if I strain to listen. Yet they never shift their time. It was a Friday night in early November. Matt Sanders, a colleague from our small Portland marketing firm, had invited me to a gathering. Exhausted from work, I was initially hesitant. Curiosity ultimately won out, hoping to meet some new faces outside the office. Matt's apartment, situated on the third floor of an old brick building in southeast Portland, felt warm and inviting. Its misjudged furniture and scattered plants created a lived-in atmosphere. Rain tapped against the windows while cedar and sweet hints of cinnamon or vanilla drifted through the air. Near the kitchen, beer in hand, a man approached me, mid-30s, clean-cut, wearing a plain grey sweater and dark jeans. Something felt familiar, though. I knew we'd never met. His smile was knowing as he spoke my full name. Rachel Lynn Peterson. I froze. I hadn't introduced myself to anyone. "Do we know each other?" I asked cautiously. "I'm Mark, a friend of Matt's," he replied, that same knowing smile playing on his lips. Then he asked about something no one else knew. "How have you been dealing with that accident you had when you were 7? The one at the lake?" I'd been haunted by a childhood accident at Silver Creek, an event so private that only my family knew the details. But at the party that night, something strange unfolded. A man named Mark spoke about this deeply personal incident with an unsettling familiarity that made my blood run cold. The rain-soaked evening felt off from the start. Mark's presence was peculiar. His unblinking eyes and rehearsed smile hinted at something deeper. "It's a miracle you're still here," he'd said with an eerie calmness when referencing my accident. When I tried to understand how he knew Matt, he simply claimed they'd been friends for a long time. Throughout the night, his intense gaze followed me, studying me as if trying to piece together some complex puzzle. By the time I stepped back inside after getting some air, Mark had disappeared. Matt's reaction was bewildering. When I asked about Mark, he seemed genuinely confused. "Mark? I didn't invite anyone by that name," he insisted. Even my detailed description of the grey sweater and distinctive smile didn't jog his memory. My co-workers confirmed nothing. No one remembered a Mark. The entire encounter seemed like a hallucination, yet the specifics were too precise to be imagined. He had known my full name and details about an accident that virtually no one knew about. Days passed, and a voicemail added another layer to this strange mystery. The coincidences were mounting, and Mark's presence felt too deliberate to be random. Something was definitely wrong, but I couldn't prove what. The incident took an even stranger turn during a routine grocery store trip. While grabbing milk, bread, and eggs, I noticed a little girl in a bright yellow raincoat. Her eyes were locked on me, unblinking and silent. At first, I thought she might be lost or curious, but her unwavering stare suggested something more. Something wasn't right, and I couldn't shake the feeling that these events were connected. Every move I made, she mirrored exactly. I stepped left, she stepped left. I moved back, she moved back. To test it, I made an exaggerated step forward, and she matched me perfectly. It wasn't a coincidence. Her face was blank, her eyes too steady, too calm, like something else was pretending to be a child. With each of my slow, awkward steps, she followed my every move without hesitation, like a living reflection that wasn't made of glass. When I tried a quick pivot, spinning almost, she did the same. A weird panic started to creep in. Not the kind that makes you want to run, but the kind that makes your skin tingle and your mouth go dry. I looked around the aisle, hoping someone would notice, but no one did. Her yellow coat glowed under the fluorescent lights, her hood covering most of her hair. Her skin looked too smooth, almost plastic. Yet each time I blinked, everything appeared normal again. A woman's voice interrupted my thoughts. "Are you okay?" I turned to see a cashier named Joan, an older woman with kind eyes. I nodded and tried to smile. Joan glanced at the girl. "That's Claire. She's shy, doesn't talk much. You're okay, right?" "Yeah, she's just standing there," I said, feeling uneasy. Joan's smile seemed strange, her gaze more intense than casual observation. She likes to watch people quietly. Don't mind her, but I couldn't shake the unsettling feeling. Wherever I moved, the girl followed, keeping pace as if attached to me. When I slowed, she slowed. When I looked away, her eyes remained fixed. Uncomfortable, I abandoned the aisle and headed to the checkout line, hoping to lose her in the crowd. But there she was again, standing just outside the produce section, watching. I told Joan I had to leave. Outside, light rain had started falling. Later that night, static filled my phone. Beneath the noise, I heard a voice calling my name, Rachel Lynn Peterson. Slow and deliberate. I tried calling Matt, but no one picked up. For days after, I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. The watch on my wrist ticked just like the old clocks from that flea market, steady and unchanging. Sometimes I wonder if I imagined the whole thing, but some experiences are too quiet to fully explain. I was driving south of Reno on Highway 95, with the late September desert air carrying a dry, slightly chilly feeling of fall. The sun had vanished behind the hills, leaving a fading orange-pink glow that quickly disappeared. After hours on the road, I needed a break from the tension that builds up during long, solitary highway stretches. The rest stop was quiet. Walking into the restroom, I found a typical highway grimy but functional space. Near the sinks, a man stood at the far end, washing his hands in an unusual way. He wasn't just cleaning up. His hands remained under the faucet for an extraordinarily long time as he stared into the mirror. When our eyes met, he offered a smile that didn't feel right. It was tight and didn't reach his eyes, making my stomach churn. I finished washing my hands and prepared to leave, but something felt off. The water continued running behind me. He hadn't turned off the faucet, which struck me as strange. Glancing back, he was still there, hands under the water, smiling into the mirror. Outside, I lit a cigarette and looked down the empty highway. Distant headlights flickered occasionally, and the sky turned a deep navy with the first stars emerging. I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. I pulled up my hood and walked to my car in the parking lot, glancing back once more. A girl stood alone by the entrance, no one near her. I got in, locked the doors, and during the drive home, I kept checking the rearview mirror, half expecting to see her following me. At home, my roommate laughed when I described the encounter, suggesting the girl was just bored or had a weird sense of humor, but I didn't find it funny. A few nights later, lying in bed, I heard faint footsteps outside my window. I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched ever since that night at the rest stop. It started with the guy in the bathroom. Something about him just felt wrong. His smile, the way he washed his hands, and especially how he looked at me, and then at himself in the mirror, like he was searching for something invisible. The next morning, a single yellow raincoat hung on the fence outside my house. Claire was gone, and I never saw her again. The unease began after a seemingly ordinary encounter at a rest stop. I'd finished my cigarette and returned to my car, but something felt off. The parking lot stood completely empty, and the memory nagged at me. His appearance was nothing special. Brown hair, average height, no distinguishing marks, perfectly generic. Yet his eyes were different, sharp and unnervingly calm, suggesting something beyond an ordinary man in a restroom. Days passed. I found myself drawn back to the same rest stop just after sunset. Deserted and quiet, I checked the sinks. No one. As I walked to my car, movement near the dumpsters caught my attention. Someone stood motionless in the shadows, then vanished around the building's corner. Weird things started happening. Shadows appeared in strange places. Lights flickered as I walked by. That constant feeling of being watched from a distance. Then, in a coffee shop, I saw him again, sitting alone, staring out the window. Our eyes met. He smiled knowingly. Then he was gone. Friends brushed off my story. Imagination, they said. Exhaustion. Maybe they were right, but something didn't make sense. The last time I visited that rest stop, the faucet where he had stood was completely broken. How could he have been washing his hands for so long? Questions consumed me. Who was he? What was he doing? Why did I feel like he was always just out of sight, watching, waiting? It was a crisp fall night when Darren, a clean-cut guy with a nervous energy, started talking about the weather. Our conversation felt oddly comfortable. He suggested walking somewhere quieter, and his place was nearby. Empty streets surrounded us, filled with distant car sounds and occasional dog barks. The air smelled of wet leaves and wood smoke. As we walked, Darren spoke about the town's strange feeling, something he couldn't quite explain. I laughed it off, but something felt off. He kept looking at streetlights differently, as if they were fundamentally wrong. Suddenly he stopped and looked up. "It's smaller here," he muttered, almost to himself. I looked up. The moon appeared perfectly normal, full and bright, hanging low over the rooftops. "Smaller?" I asked. He nodded, a peaceful smile spreading across his face. "Yeah, like compressed, tighter." The morning was crisp in the Sierra Nevada, my breath visible in the early light as I drove back from a weekend camping trip. I'd left my campsite before dawn, eager to get an early start. About an hour into the drive, an overlook I'd passed many times caught my attention. A small gravel pull-out just off a winding mountain road offered a few picnic tables and a breathtaking view of dense pine and fir forests. The sun hung low, casting long shadows across the valley. That's when Darren appeared, almost out of nowhere, with a calm smile that didn't quite reach his eyes. Our conversation was brief and strange. When I asked about his time in the area, he responded cryptically, "Not really, not exactly." Something felt off from the start. I noticed strange details that slowly unsettled me. Shadows seemed too sharp. Sounds would stop abruptly when I turned my head. Once, I thought I heard footsteps behind us, but turning back revealed only an empty sidewalk and dark windows. Darren remained calm, almost expectant. We reached his street, a narrow road lined with old trees and mostly dark houses. The street looked too perfect. A flawless lawn, a steady porch light, spotless windows. The nearby street sign seemed newer than I remembered, its letters unnaturally clear, like freshly painted. "I'm just a few houses down," he said, pointing to a small porch light. A cold unease crept over me. "I'm going to head home," I told Darren, stepping back. He nodded, that same knowing smile playing on his lips. "Safe travels," he said. I walked away, but something compelled me to turn back. Darren was gone. The porch stood empty, the light still glowing steadily. I was certain he'd gone inside, but when I checked the windows, the curtains were tightly closed. The street sign across from us read Maplewood, but something felt different. I walked toward the busier part of town, my steps quickening. The moon hung overhead, full and bright, yet something felt off. Everything seemed compressed, smaller. Just as Darren had said, the space around me felt shrunk, too contained. Back home, I settled onto the couch and locked the door, trying to shake off the strange sensation. Darren's words about this place being like a pocket, a compressed version of the world, echoed in my mind. I attempted to rationalize it as night playing tricks, the empty streets feeding my imagination. But when I glanced out the window later, something was undeniably different. The moon looked more distant, colder, slightly too small. An unsettling sense that the world had subtly shifted crept over me. Early morning silence enveloped me as I stepped from my car at the overlook. Pine and damp earth filled the air, creating a deep, pressing quiet. Near the guardrail, an older couple caught my eye. They sat together on a bench, both wearing heavy tourist jackets with town names across them. The man had a grey beard and wire-rimmed glasses, while the woman wore a knitted hat pulled low. When our eyes met, they smiled warmly. He waved and asked if I could take their picture. Surprised but willing, I moved closer as they stood, the woman gently resting her head on his shoulder. I pulled out my phone to snap the photo, aware that early morning light can cause camera issues. But when I looked down to check the image, something was terribly wrong. The couple wasn't there, not blurred, not shadowy, just complete absence where they had been standing moments before. Thinking it might be a technical glitch, I took another picture. Once again, the bench and surrounding trees were clear, but no trace of the couple existed. I scanned the overlook, searching. They had vanished completely. No footprints in the gravel, no nearby cars, no sounds, no movement. Confused, I sat on the bench, trying to comprehend what had just happened. The roads were slick from an early rain, winding through Vermont's fall landscape. Wet leaves and wood smoke filled the air as the sun hung low, not quite dusk. After a weekend at my sister's place, I was driving home and stopped at a roadside diner, one of those places that seemed suspended in time, with faded signs and worn vinyl booths. Inside, soft chatter and the sound of clinking dishes created a gentle background noise. I settled into a window booth and ordered coffee and apple pie. An older woman with thin white hair pulled back in a bun entered. Her eyes held an unexpected sharpness, and she smiled at me as if we were old friends. She sat beside me and spoke in a soft, slightly trembling voice, asking for help. As she pulled a folded photograph from her purse, my mind drifted to another strange encounter from my recent trip. During my weekend away, I had been at an overlook taking landscape photos. Later, when reviewing the images, something felt off. One photo showed an empty bench and clear scenery, but I distinctly remembered seeing a couple there moments before taking the shot. I'd mentioned this to my sister over dinner, who had laughed and joked about ghosts. Since then, I'd returned to that overlook several times, hoping for some explanation. Each visit was the same, just me, and an inexplicable, heavy silence that seemed to hold unspoken memories. The air had changed that day at the overlook. It wasn't just the mountain breeze anymore. Something felt different, heavier, more dense. The valley and trees looked subtly altered, though I couldn't explain exactly how. I sat there, confused and unsettled, half expecting the couple to reappear from behind a tree or explain their strange disappearance. But nothing happened. Just silence and an increasingly uncomfortable feeling that something unexplainable had occurred. The photo remains on my phone, unaltered except for the missing figures. Sometimes I wonder if I imagined the whole thing, but the lingering weight in the air tells me something happened that day, something I can't quite explain. I still can't shake the feeling that the hilltop absorbed something I wasn't meant to see, something just beyond understanding. I carefully unfolded an old yellowed black and white photo from the scrapbook. Oak trees framed a small family group sitting on a blanket, but something in the background seized my attention. Near the tree line, a lone figure stood, wearing exactly my current outfit, dark green jacket, jeans, and light blue shirt I'd just purchased a week ago. She smiled faintly when I asked, "How is this possible?" Her response was measured, "I don't understand it either." This was taken about 15 years ago, and I remember the day clearly. I studied my reflection, then the photo. Every detail matched perfectly. These were new clothes, recently bought. Absolutely, she confirmed when I questioned the photo's age. I've kept this for decades. That person wasn't part of our family. We never could identify them. The distant figure was blurry, face indistinguishable. Their posture seemed unnaturally stiff, almost mannequin-like, standing in stark contrast to the relaxed, smiling family members around them. After returning the photo, our conversation drifted to local topics. Rain started outside, and she seemed content in silence. I left feeling deeply unsettled. Driving home, questions consumed me. How could someone wear my exact outfit from so long ago? These weren't vintage clothes, but brand new. The following days felt increasingly strange. Strangers on the street seemed vaguely familiar, then disappeared when I looked directly at them. Phantom footsteps echoed behind me. My apartment lights flickered inexplicably. One quiet night, low clouds drifted across a dim moon. Walking to clear my restless mind, I noticed a figure in a green jacket standing beyond the park's tree line. The moment I blinked, they vanished. The photo continued to haunt me, a constant reminder that something in this world feels fundamentally wrong. The drizzle outside matched the muted energy of Ellie's apartment party, a familiar scene I'd experienced before. Every few months, these casual gatherings happened in her Seattle space. Near the living room's edge, I stood with a beer, feeling slightly out of place among the unfamiliar faces. By the kitchen, a woman stood alone, carefully scanning the room. Her gaze moved methodically across the space, taking in every detail. Mid-30s, with short, dark hair, she seemed introspective. Something about her drew me closer. I introduced myself, extending my hand. "Mark?" I said. Her response was a small, measured smile. "Claire," she replied. Our initial conversation followed the typical party script, discussing Ellie, our work, the standard small talk, but her voice caught me off guard immediately. Soft yet distinct, it sounded exactly like Jamie's, my closest college friend, who had died in a car accident 6 years ago. The unexpected familiarity was disorienting, like walking into an invisible memory. As we talked about music in Seattle's unpredictable weather, I found myself studying her. Her voice triggered something deep inside me, a persistent echo of my lost friend. The memory felt simultaneously close and distant. I wanted to ask about her background, to understand this strange vocal resemblance, but something held me back. Claire's expression remained calm, almost blank, completely contrasting with the powerful emotional response her voice provoked in me. Ellie was circulating through the crowded apartment, chatting with friends, seemingly unaware of the strange moment unfolding between us. Before I could decide how to probe further, Ellie appeared beside me. "Oh, that's Claire," she said casually. "She just moved here from Portland. You two should hang out more." Her suggestion felt bizarrely nonchalant given the surreal connection I was experiencing. The party continued to swirl around us, but whenever Claire spoke, time seemed to slow down. I couldn't find any visual explanation for the uncanny similarity to Jamie's voice. Some experiences, I realized, simply defy straightforward understanding. I couldn't shake the memory of Jamie's voice, even though Portland wasn't far away. Her distinct pronunciation, her laugh, the subtle pauses, they echoed in my mind after the party. Something felt strange. Claire wasn't Jamie, yet her voice haunted me like a stuck recording. My search for Claire online turned up almost nothing. No posts, no photos, no mutual friends, except Ellie. When I asked Ellie about her, she described Claire as a private person who rarely shared details about her past. "She's fine, just keeps to herself," Ellie said. When I called one evening, I cautiously mentioned the voice similarity. "Oh, like Jamie's. That's weird. I never noticed," Ellie responded. We laughed, but I remained unconvinced. At a nearly empty coffee shop near my apartment, I found Claire sitting alone, sipping black coffee and gazing out the window. I joined her, and we talked quietly about life and loss. Not everything, but enough to hint at the unsettling familiarity of her voice. She listened intently, then spoke with profound simplicity. Loss changes how we hear things. Sometimes voices return when we least expect. Her words were simple, but her eyes held a deeper meaning I couldn't quite understand. My late shift at the bookstore in Moss Bay was typical of this small coastal town. where everyone knows each other. The night was heavy with a cold, salty mist that blended with the soft streetlight. Just before closing, the door chimed. A man entered, immediately seeming out of place. His beige coat was buttoned tightly against the damp air, but his face truly caught my attention, calm yet blank, with eyes disconnected from his apparent age. There was something subtly off about his gaze, part curiosity, part concealment. At the counter he asked quietly, "What year is it?" Surprised, I answered, 2023. Relief washed over his face as he nodded slowly, as if confirming something critically important. Then he simply turned and left. My mind kept returning to Claire, a woman whose voice was hauntingly familiar, almost identical to someone named Jamie. Despite my curiosity, I refrained from asking probing questions, sensing an unspoken boundary. Ellie later mentioned Claire had moved away for work, and I never saw her again. Yet her voice lingered, stirring memories and challenging my perception of reality. It felt like a ghostly whisper that refused to fade. Was Claire entirely real? Something about her seemed fundamentally different, normal on the surface, but subtly unsettling. The memory persisted far longer than I anticipated. Closing time at the bookstore was typically quiet, but this guy felt different. As he left, the doorbell jingling, an inexplicable feeling settled deep in my gut. His movement seemed awkward, as if he were uncomfortable in this space, or perhaps anywhere. One strange question kept echoing. What year is it? In our unchanging town, such a query seemed bizarre. The next day, I couldn't let it go. I asked around, but no one else had seen him. He appeared to have materialized out of nowhere, asked his cryptic question, and vanished just as quickly. My sister joked about time travelers when I shared the story. I laughed, but the idea didn't feel entirely far-fetched. Then odd occurrences began mounting. My phone battery drained unusually fast. Keys mysteriously appeared in the fridge. Footsteps seemed to follow me when no one was around. Some nights, I'd catch a motionless figure under a street lamp across from my apartment, always standing, never moving. One rainy evening, while locking up the bookstore, the empty streets felt heavy and oppressive. Suddenly, the door chimed. The night the tapping began on my second-floor apartment window, I was confused. Just shadows and silence greeted me when I turned on the light. The sound was too rhythmic to be a branch swaying in the wind. Looking outside revealed nothing but a wet street and a flickering streetlight. A Tuesday evening found me waiting at my usual bus stop in Portland. The sky hung heavy with clouds, not yet raining, carrying the scent of wet pavement and melting weekend snow. Nestled between an old coffee shop and a small park, the stop felt familiar and quiet after a long day at the bookstore. Another person was already waiting, a man in his mid-30s, wearing a simple black jacket and jeans. Dark-haired and standing close to the sidewalk's edge, he gave me a quick nod as I approached. Something felt slightly off. He wasn't looking at a phone or engaging with anything, just standing silently. "Looks like we're in for some rain soon." "Typical Portland spring," he said, breaking the silence. I smiled, surprised but welcoming the conversation. "Yeah, could start any minute now. Feels like it's been hanging over us all day," he nodded, glancing upward. "I like it, though. The way the clouds move, the cool air, it's calming." His eyes caught my attention. His blinking was mechanical, 5 or 6 rapid blinks like a precise machine, then suddenly stopping completely for what seemed an entire minute. I tried not to stare, but the unnatural rhythm was mesmerizing. Later that night, he turned to me with a strange question. "Is everything as you remember?" Confused, I asked what he meant. He seemed to struggle finding the right words. "Do you feel like time is right?" Before I could respond, he nodded at the clock and delivered a cryptic warning. "You're running out of time." Then he vanished into the wet night. The phrase echoed in my mind, running out of time. It made no sense. It felt urgently important. He was back again, the man in the beige coat with his calm face and quiet eyes. This time, he didn't ask anything. He simply stood in the shop, looking around as if seeing it for the first time. After that night, my routine seemed the same, but something had changed. Reflections caught my eye. revealing a different self, a hint of something unfamiliar lurking beneath the surface. Late nights became strange, with phantom footsteps echoing on the stairs outside my apartment. The man in the beige coat disappeared, yet his presence lingered like a shadow, most palpable when rain blurred the streetlights and mist hung in the air. His blinking was unnatural, a mechanical rhythm that defied human behavior. Each time I glanced away and back, the pattern remained exactly the same, long, unbroken stretches that seemed to communicate something beyond normal perception. An inexplicable feeling crept over me. Despite looking completely ordinary, something felt deeply wrong. I tried to approach the situation casually. "Do your eyes ever get dry?" I asked, probing the strange behavior. His response was equally unsettling, a forced smile and a steady voice that suggested he was used to explaining the inexplicable. "I don't need to blink as much as you," he said, his tone unnervingly calm. Maybe it was a nervous tic or some unknown condition, but the movements were too precise to be natural. The bus stop felt increasingly tense. He stood motionless, his gaze fixed beyond me, yet somehow simultaneously focused on my presence. "So, do you live around here?" I attempted to break the silence. "Narby," he replied vaguely. "I like to come here. The waiting is peaceful." Unlike most people who would complain or fidget during a delay, he remained completely still. As the sun lowered and rain began falling, first softly, then steadily, he showed no reaction, no adjusting of his jacket, no seeking shelter. When the bus finally arrived, its headlights cutting through the grey evening, we both boarded. The mostly empty bus felt surreal, with him sitting a few rows ahead. Glancing back, I caught him staring out the window. His blinking shifted between rapid bursts and complete stillness, an unsettling rhythmic pattern that seemed to speak a language beyond understanding. The ride stretched endlessly, filled with his unbroken silence and unwavering gaze. I stepped onto the subway during rush hour, blending into the typical scene of tired commuters. My backpack was strapped tight, fresh from leaving my graphic design studio and looking forward to a quiet evening. Earbuds and conversations blurred into a noisy background. That's when I noticed him, not quite right. Sitting by the window across from me, he seemed to be in his late 30s, with neat brown hair and glasses, reflecting the subway lights. His outfit was ordinary, grey jacket, blue jeans, but his smile was different, fixed, unnatural, like a painted expression that never shifted despite the surrounding chaos of screaming kids and shouting passengers. I scanned the subway car, wondering if anyone else saw what I saw. No one seemed to notice. Everyone was lost in their own world, scrolling, staring blankly, looking exhausted. Only this man appeared completely detached, that unsettling smile locked in place. A week later, I encountered him again at a different downtown bus stop. This time, I simply observed. His blinking pattern was identical to the questions churned in my mind. Who was he? What did he want? The entire experience felt like a reality glitch, something just beyond my comprehension. Hoping to understand, I returned to the original bus stop. Nothing. No unusual activity. Just typical city sounds and a faint rain smell. I asked a nearby woman if she'd seen anyone strange. She looked at me like I was crazy, mentioning only regular people and occasionally a homeless guy. Halfway through my initial bus trip, the driver had announced my stop. As I prepared to exit, I noticed the man wasn't leaving. I watched him through the window until the bus pulled away, then headed home. That night, his strange behavior consumed my thoughts. The inhuman blinking, his peculiar comments about waiting being peaceful. Sleep did not come easily. The next day, I found myself drawn back to that bus stop, searching for answers. I don't take the bus much anymore. Something about that experience left me unsettled, like a puzzle with missing pieces that I'll never solve. The train was packed with bodies pressed together, a typical commute scene of restless movement and shuffling. He stood out immediately, not because of his clothes or stance, but because of his smile. A smile that remained perfectly unchanged, unaffected by the chaos surrounding him. Most people would react to the train's jerking motion or sudden loud noises, but he stayed completely still. His expression was frozen, lips curved in that same unchanging smile. I watched, trying to understand. Was he nervous? Did he have some condition causing this strange behavior? The more I observed, the more unsettled I became. His eyes seemed distant, as if seeing something invisible to everyone else. No blinking, no movement, just that constant, unnerving smile that seemed to cut through the crowded train's atmosphere. A brief flicker of light lasted just a second, and when it stabilized, something about him seemed subtly different. His smile looked sharper, the edges more defined, the skin around his mouth unnaturally smooth. For a moment, everything appeared normal again. As the train neared another station, passengers started pushing toward the exits. He rose slowly, holding the pole, that smile never wavering. When he passed me, I caught a reflection in the window that made my heart stop. His eyes weren't human, they were too clear, too bright, almost glowing with a faint blue-like glass. No one else seemed to notice his strange presence. He moved differently, almost floating above the ground, disconnected from the surrounding chaos. When the train stopped and doors opened, he didn't exit. The crowd surged, and I momentarily lost sight of him. But there he was, again, standing in the middle of the car, that same unchanging smile. Days passed, and I kept seeing him in the same train car, same spot near the window. Finally, I broke the silence. "Do you take this train every day?" I asked quietly. He turned, and his smile stretched slightly wider. "I try to," he said softly, his voice calm and even. "But I don't always make it." When I pressed him about what he meant, he gazed out the window, looking at something far away. "Sometimes I get off, sometimes I don't," he explained. The doors closed. The train moved on. I remained frozen, shaken by the memory of those inhuman eyes and that smile that would not, could not, change. Every ride carried an unsettling undertone since I first noticed him. A man with eyes like cold, bright mirrors and a smile that never quite reached those strange blue irises. Initially, I tried to rationalize the encounters. Some days he'd be there, seated in his usual spot, watching the world with an empty, blank expression. Other days he'd vanish completely. I mentioned the encounters to my friend Mark, who dismissed it as anxiety or facial tics. But I knew something was different. The flickering lights became a recurring theme. During one long tunnel ride, the train's illumination cut out briefly. When it returned, his smile seemed sharper, more deliberately placed. Our eyes locked, and a dizzying sensation washed over me, like falling backwards. Around us, passengers continued chatting and laughing, oblivious. Curiosity consumed me. One day, I followed him. At the final stop, near an old industrial area, he walked down a side street and disappeared between two warehouses. The street was silent, with only my footsteps and distant traffic breaking the stillness. At the corner where he vanished, I stopped and looked around. Nothing. No trace of anyone. A strange sensation crept over me. Not just ordinary unease, but a feeling of being watched from just beyond my peripheral vision. I waited. No one appeared. When I turned to leave, a flicker of movement caught my eye in the shadows. Perhaps a cat or stray dog, I thought. But when I looked again, nothing remained. I stopped following him, yet the feeling persisted. Something wasn't right about that man. His constant, unchanging smile, those otherworldly eyes. Late at night on the subway, I still notice people staring, or how the lights sometimes flicker when someone steps on or off the train. But the man with the unmoving smile? I haven't seen him in a while. Who was he? What did he want? Maybe just another lost soul in the city. Or something else entirely. The only certainty was his smile, constant, unshifting, and always present. My days are spent flying over the Panhandle's farmlands near Amarillo, Texas. As a crop duster, I spent a decade watching fields roll out beneath me like a vibrant quilt of agricultural colors. This particular morning began like countless others, a routine I know by heart. Before the sun fully rose, I prepared as always, brewing strong coffee, collecting my equipment, and driving to the airstrip. The sky was pristine, with crisp air quickly warming under daybreak's first light. My mission was straightforward: spray wheat fields near Canyon, just 20 miles southwest of Amarillo. Precision defines crop dusting. Flying demands absolute control, low and steady, with no sudden movements. I methodically checked the duster's instruments, taxied out on the short runway, and took off smoothly, leveling at about 100 feet above the ground. 30 minutes into my run, making my third pass over the wheat, everything changed. A brief, unexpected flash caught my attention. At first, I thought it might be a reflective surface or a bird, but then it happened again, closer and faster. Something extraordinary was moving below me. A sleek, silvery oval darted beneath my aircraft with impossible speed and silence. This wasn't any known vehicle or plane. In less than a second, it passed directly under my duster's belly. My hands instinctively gripped the controls as my heart raced. The object was roughly 10 to 15 feet long, gleaming like polished metal. No wings, no propellers, no engine noise. Just a bright silver blur that defied explanation. Shaken, I radioed a Marillo approach, my voice slightly unsteady. Dust 47 here. An unidentified object just passed underneath me at low altitude. I need traffic information. Their response was measured Dust 47. We show no other aircraft in your... No traffic reported near your coordinates. This official confirmation did nothing to calm my growing unease. I circled the field repeatedly, searching for any trace of the mysterious object, but the sky remained empty, with only thin clouds stretching across the horizon. An unsettling silence enveloped me, making the engine's familiar hum seem distant and surreal. Back at the hangar, my colleagues laughed when I shared my experience. They suggested it was nothing more than a light trick or an unseen drone, but something didn't sit right with me. No known aircraft could move like that, not at such incredible speed or impossible altitude. This wasn't a bird or a kite. The memory haunted me relentlessly. Nighttime brought restless thoughts, with occasional faint glows outside my window or strange wind sounds startling me, yet investigating always revealed nothing. The following week, I flew the same route at the same time. The Texas landscape remained unchanged, quiet under the sun. That silvery shape never reappeared. A mystery hanging in the vast open sky. I still don't understand what I saw, or what it wanted. Out on the open plains, I keep scanning the landscape, searching for something out of place, always wondering if I'm the only one who's ever noticed. Hank Lawson, a flatbed driver from Abilene, 2 runs deep into a 13-hour shift, tired enough to hallucinate highway mirages. I pulled off Highway 67 onto the gravel shoulder near a small marathon station west of Brownwood. My rig was sputtering, and I needed to make a job call. The neon above the pump buzzed like an angry wasp. Night air thick with diesel and cupped mesquite. I killed the engine and cracked the door for some air, then checked my messages. No service splashed across the screen where signal bars should have been. Walking to the pump, I noticed the card reader blinking. Digital numbers looked smudged, like someone had wiped them with a greasy thumb. I punched the keypad. "All right," I muttered. A dog behind the store started barking, sharp and insistent. Then silence, complete and immediate. No gradual fade, just an abrupt cut-off that hung in the air. Even the crickets down the embankment went quiet. Only the pump lights' hum and distant tire sounds remained. A small shiver ran up my forearms. The parking lot's glow transformed, not brighter, but whiter and softer, like sunlight filtering through stained glass in an empty church. Stars shrank to pale pinpricks. No sound, no air movement, just this white filling the lot. My phone and wristwatch both frozen at 12:17. I convinced myself I'd been staring too long at screens. A big double-axle rig rolled up and stopped across the pumps. Engine idled, then cut out. Someone stepped out of the cab. The night was hushed, punctuated by a strange white light hanging just beyond clear perception. A boot thudded nearby, followed by a muffled curse. "You all right?" I called out, my voice small and flat. He rounded the truck's back quickly, flashlight bobbing. "Phone's dead," he said, too bright-eyed. Ain't nothing on the screen. It was the kind of look people get when reality starts to slip sideways. My telemetry screen blinked with nonsense numbers. The tachometer read 0 despite my keys being in hand. The console clock jumped erratically between 12217, 1236, and 1218, as if struggling to remember its own time. We stood in that eerie white light while the pump's clock ticked. I tried the pump. The card reader flashed an error. The LCD screen went blank, then displayed a number that didn't match the gallons I'd pumped. It claimed I'd filled the rig when I knew I hadn't touched the nozzle. The ranch kid, not yet 40, shook his head. You see that too? His nervous tone carried that specific fear men from open country understand. We both looked skyward, silently wishing for something ordinary. Rain, a passing police car, an AM radio crackling to life. The glow stretched lower, like someone adjusting a lampshade. It filtered through the truck's windshield with a soft white light that seemed both wrong and honest. Nothing dramatic happened. No crashes, no thunder, no lighting up buildings. It felt more like the world had momentarily misplaced and then found a page in a book. A dog barked quietly and went back to sleep. A distant tractor coughed once and fell silent. That quiet became a pressure against our ears. The kid started making jokes about failing satellites and space junk. Humor as a shield against the unknown. His laugh sounded thin. Sitting in my truck, head between my hands, I tried to make sense of what just happened. The dash clock read 12:38. My Timex showed 12:17. And my phone displayed a text from dispatch at 12:37. A message I couldn't remember receiving. The receipt said I'd filled up at 12:18. The highway stretched out before me, a ribbon of blacktop cutting through West Texas. My rig hummed along, but something felt off. At the Brownwood pump, something strange had occurred. The sky momentarily shifted, and time seemed to bend. Pump numbers wavered. My phone went silent, then flickered back to life with network bars crawling across the screen. Neon lights blinked as if nothing unusual had happened. A kid at the next pump broke the silence. I checked the pump again, and everything lined up perfectly. The total matched the gallons, a clean receipt tucked into my pocket, potential evidence of something unexplained. He walked to his rig, tested his radio, and started up with a dust-dancing cough, waving slowly like someone acknowledging an invisible wind. When I hit the road, I called dispatch. The operator's voice was normal. "You good, Hank? You missed the check-in?" I explained the delay at the pump. She asked for the receipt number, and said flatly, "You logged 20 minutes late. You sure you didn't stop somewhere else?" 20 minutes. Long enough to cross a county, long enough to witness a calf being born, long enough for someone to arrive and disappear. My load felt heavier, as if it had decided to take a nap. I insisted I was at the Brownwood pump. She put me on hold before returning with, "No one else has reported outages," her tone suggesting this wasn't unusual. My Timex continued ticking, a steady reminder of something I couldn't quite understand. My watch and phone eventually synced up, revealing 20 minutes of offline time according to dispatch. The dashboard clock told a different story. Receipts wouldn't match, and my brain struggled to categorize the experience. I don't chase ghosts. I don't write to newspapers or think in terms of science fiction. I write logs, keep receipts, and sleep when I can. But something had happened. Something I couldn't explain. Was it static? Tired wiring in the marsh? Nothing seemed to fit. The cold, indifferent West Texas sky watched as I pulled back onto the highway. My logbook held a carefully folded receipt, a reminder of something peculiar. Each time I drive that highway stretch, my eyes scan the sky, watchful, alert. Something could rearrange itself at any moment. My buddy at the yard had nodded when I mentioned the weird power lines, his laugh too loud and jarring. I'd collected other strange experiences over time, roadside mirrors that looked slightly wrong, fog with a metallic undertone. My phone had been loading texts stubbornly, as if mocked by an invisible tide. Hours later, everything aligned, but something still felt off. Chapter 2. Late spring unleashed a sudden heavy downpour after a long, hectic workday. This wasn't a light drizzle. This was rain that soaked you instantly. Without an umbrella, I pulled my jacket tight and hurried down the slick sidewalk. Streets roared with rain hammering against pavement and car roofs. People rushed past, heads down and collars up, desperate to escape the wet. Halfway home and wishing my umbrella wasn't forgotten in the office, something caught my eye. A man stood under a street lamp near a corner store with a flickering neon sign. Dressed in a dark suit, he appeared completely out of place. What was striking, not a single raindrop touched him, despite the heavy downpour splashing everywhere. As I approached, he looked directly at me. His raised eyebrows suggested he was trying to decipher something. When he spoke, his voice was calm but carried an unexpected weight. Rain thundered down, thick clouds hanging low. The stranger beside me looked up, uncertainty flickering across his face. "Is this normal?" he asked. I glanced at him, puzzled. "What do you mean?" "This weather," he clarified, his voice strange and measured, each word carefully selected. His gaze swept over me with analytical intensity, as if studying an unfamiliar object. I shrugged. "Spring storms happen around here." He nodded slowly, absorbing the information. Something felt off about him, though he seemed harmless. His smile didn't quite reach his eyes. The evening jog through Portland's quiet suburban cul-de-sac had always been my sanctuary. Crisp autumn air carried the scent of wet leaves and wood smoke drifting from nearby chimneys, as streetlights flickered on and cast long shadows across the pavement. Trees created a park-like atmosphere along Cedar Lane, with houses spread out and minimal traffic. Halfway through my usual route, something unusual caught my attention. A man was running toward me, which was strange for this time of night. More peculiar was how he moved, matching my pace exactly, step for step, like a perfect mirror image. As I continued, an unsettling sensation grew. Streetlights blinked on progressively, and each time I glanced back, I thought I saw a shadow slipping between buildings, just at the edge of my vision. But whenever I turned to look directly, nothing was there. Near the end of my run, I discovered a strange imprint on the concrete. Unlike any human footprint, it was perfectly oval, with no tread or pattern, just a smooth, damp mark. When I touched it, the surface was cold and wet from the rain. Back home, I locked the door and sat down, still unsettled. A quick check of my phone revealed I'd been walking for nearly 45 minutes, almost twice my normal route time. The distance from my office typically takes just 20 minutes. Something felt different, unexplainable. Stress and exhaustion could play tricks on the mind, but this experience seemed beyond simple imagination. The world around me had shifted, subtly but distinctly. I thought back to the man running toward me, moving in perfect synchronization, the mysterious footprint, the shadows dancing just beyond my perception. Each element added to a growing sense that something was not quite right. Running was my morning routine, nothing special. That day started like any other, quiet street, early hours. But something felt different. A guy in dark running clothes, around mid-30s, was tracking me perfectly. Our movements were synchronized in an unnatural way. When I slowed, he slowed. When I sped up, he matched my pace. It was like we were connected by an invisible, mechanical thread. No human rhythm, just precise mirroring. I stopped completely on the sidewalk. Expecting him to stop too, I was surprised when he didn't. He kept running, but without a sound. No footsteps, no rustling clothes. Pure, unsettling silence hung in the air, with only a distant car breaking the stillness. Then the impossible happened. One blink, and he was halfway down the block. Another blink, and he vanished entirely. Not hidden behind a tree or in a driveway. Just gone. No trace, no shadow. Sarah thought I was imagining things when I told her. I understood her skepticism. It did sound crazy. At work, the encounter consumed my thoughts. I checked the neighborhood security camera, hoping for an explanation. But the footage showed only me alone. That night, I ran the same route again, searching for answers. He wasn't there, just more strange sensations and unanswered questions lingering in my mind. My smartwatch started malfunctioning during these runs. It would freeze, show incorrect times, and even after resets, minutes jumped randomly. I blamed the cold weather, trying to rationalize it. Scout, normally calm, began acting weird. He'd whine by the front window, ears alert and tail rigid. Nothing was visible outside, but something felt off. The neighborhood was unnaturally quiet. No cars, no children, no background noise. The man's voice echoed in my memory, asking, "Is this normal? I've run that route countless times since, in sunshine and rain, but never saw him again. No strange footprints. Yet on dark, rainy nights, a chilling thought persists. Am I being watched? Is he out there waiting to ask that haunting question once more?" The first time I noticed something strange was near Cedar Lane. A faint humming like a drone that vanished when I stopped to listen. Weird light patches flickered between houses with a bluish tint, disappearing in an instant. My skin started to prickle. Empty streets greeted me when I turned around. I raced home, neck hairs standing on end. Sarah slept peacefully while I sat on the couch, heart racing. The house silence felt thick and oppressive. Over the next few nights, I ran the same route, desperate to understand what I'd seen. Nothing emerged, but strange occurrences continued. A shadow moved beyond the trees, watching me. Footprints appeared on the sidewalk, not human, but longer and narrower, almost claw-like. A week after the first encounter, I saw him again near the park. The sky hung heavy with approaching rain, a dull orange threatening to break. I kept this to myself. Who would believe such a story? My Wednesday shift at the hardware store started like any other. After 3 years, I knew every aisle and tool. Dan was out sick, and management promised a replacement. Just after opening at 8:30, a guy walked in who immediately seemed different. Black jacket, unnaturally clean boots. He stood out against our dusty, tool-filled space. He nodded and pulled out a name tag without wearing it. "Hey, you must be the replacement." "I'm Mark," I said. Another nod. "Yeah, I'm here for Dan's shift." Something. No small talk, no smile. His customer interactions were too precise, almost mechanical. He helped people quickly and silently, constantly glancing around, but never truly seeing anything. His work knowledge was supernatural. He answered customer questions exactly like Dan would, but even better. When I mentioned personal projects like my backyard deck or lawnmower, his responses were unnervingly accurate. It was as if he had some impossible mental blueprint of everything. My day took an odd turn when the new guy seemed to know an unsettling amount about me. Details about my deck, lawnmower, and even my thoughts on organic fertilizers because of my daughter's allergies, all things I hadn't shared with anyone. Not even Dan had mentioned these specifics. When we were alone near the paint aisle, I confronted him directly. His response chilled me. With eyes that didn't seem quite human, empty and blank, he simply said, "I've been trained," in a flat, low voice. Each time I pressed for more information about his background or tried to see his work badge, he dodged the questions with a tight smile, saying, "I don't carry that." Something felt fundamentally wrong. His movements were unnaturally precise, like a robot attempting to mimic human motion. His skin looked too smooth, almost like plastic. He rarely blinked, and his voice sounded hollow, as if he was trying to imitate human speech without truly understanding it. During what would normally be a startling moment, a kid running by and knocking over a stack of boxes, he didn't react with surprise. Instead, he watched calmly and then quietly helped clean up. Other employees gave him curious glances but kept their distance. When I shared my unease with the manager, she merely shrugged and said, "He's filling in." No further explanation, no apparent concern. Later that day, I encountered him on a quiet street. This time, he stood waiting, not running. As I approached cautiously, our eyes met. His face was pale, almost too smooth, with empty, soulless eyes. "Who are you?" "Why are you following me?" I asked. He responded with a thin, slow smile that never reached his eyes, then turned and walked away, vanishing down a side street. Since then, I've been trying to make sense of it all. The perfect timing, the unnatural silence, his disappearance, the strange lights, the weird footprints. Nothing adds up. Some nights I still run that route, half hoping to find answers, but it's always the same, just me, an empty street, and quiet shadows that never quite feel alone. The day started like any other at the hardware store, but something felt off. A customer came in asking about a rare tool, and the guy at the counter launched into an incredibly detailed explanation. Specs, alternative brands, prices, even directions to another store. It was unlike anything I'd seen before. Mr. Harper, our regular customer who loves sharing fishing stories, walked in toward closing time. His reaction was strange. His eyes went wide, almost like he'd seen a ghost. He muttered something under his breath and left without buying anything. Harper's sudden departure, the replacement walked to the back room and closed the door. For the last hour, I was alone at the counter cleaning up when my phone buzzed. Dan's text read, "You sure that's the replacement? Doesn't sound like me." I didn't respond. The back room remained silent. When closing time came, I locked up and went outside. The parking lot was empty except for one car belonging to the replacement. As I passed by, I caught a glimpse of him standing inside the tinted windows, watching me with unsettling, empty eyes. During my drive home, questions swirled in my mind. This guy seemed to know impossibly specific details about me, the store, and people I hadn't even mentioned. He was like a ghost wearing a human mask. When I shared the story with friends, they dismissed my concerns, saying I was just tired or overthinking. The next day, Dan returned to work as if nothing had happened. Completely normal. I cautiously asked if someone had covered his shift, but he looked genuinely confused. He insisted he'd called in sick and knew nothing about a replacement. No official record of this replacement existed. No manager mentioned him, and store employees seemed to have no memory of his presence. When I checked the security cameras, the footage from his shift was mysteriously corrupted. My neighborhood on Portland's Edge is quiet, mostly families and retirees with typical houses and well-maintained lawns. I've lived here 4 years, the kind of place where neighbors barely notice each other. There's one house 2 doors down that's different, but that's another story entirely. I still can't explain who or what that guy was. But one thing is certain. I never want to see him again. Before Martin moved out, a house had been mine. He was always polite, though not particularly warm. We'd exchange brief nods when crossing paths. I first noticed something strange in late fall last year. Martin supposedly relocated for work, and the house remained empty. Mail accumulated, with no signs of life visible. One evening, just after sunset, I was walking my dog. Streetlights flickered on, and the sky hung a dull grey when I spotted a figure in Martin's driveway, messing with the mailbox. At first, I thought someone had moved in, but it was Martin himself, looking mostly the same, though perhaps a bit paler. He waved and greeted me casually as if nothing had changed. "Martin, I thought you moved out months ago," I said. He blinked, seemed confused, then laughed it off. "No, I've been here the whole time. Must be some mix-up." My skepticism grew. "You're sure? The house was empty all winter. I even picked up some of your mail a few times." He frowned, looking down the street, seemingly trying to make sense of my words. "That can't be right. I've been around. Maybe you're thinking of someone else." The next day I visited for coffee. His house looked lived in, but unnaturally so. Clean, almost sterile, like a model home without personality. No personal items, no clutter. Just a perfect, empty stage. Martin's greeting felt strange. His smile didn't reach his eyes, and his movements seemed carefully calculated, as if rehearsing how a person might act. During our conversation, he remained vague. "Working mostly," he said when I asked. Bringing up the empty house and mail again, he seemed genuinely perplexed. "I haven't left," he insisted. "I'm not sure why you think I did. Something had changed in the neighborhood, though I couldn't quite define it." Martin seemed different, yet familiar. I started noticing odd things. His movements, conversations, the way neighbors spoke about him. Every interaction felt slightly off. At the grocery store, I approached 2 neighbors discussing something near the entrance. I asked about Martin, hoping to understand what was happening. Their response stunned me. "Martin, he hasn't lived here for months." They looked at me like I was confused, shaking their heads when I insisted I'd seen him almost daily. I'd been living just outside Flagstaff, Arizona, where desert blends with forest and stars blanket the night sky, when things with Martin started feeling wrong. As Ethan, I knew something wasn't right. The first real hint came during a walk around the block. His speech was fragmented, with strange pauses and repeated words. When he asked about a maple tree, His tone suggested complete unfamiliarity, as if learning about it for the first time. His behavior grew increasingly peculiar. Small, unsettling details began accumulating. His shadow didn't move naturally with his body. He would stare at walls for impossibly long periods, without blinking. Conversations about his work or interests yielded only frustratingly vague responses. I decided to confront him directly. When I knocked, he answered quickly, almost expecting me. His voice was controlled, quieter than before. After challenging him about the neighbor's claims, he hesitated, then smiled, a smile that never reached his eyes. One afternoon, I discovered a photo on his mantel. A younger Martin smiled, looking relaxed and normal. Yet something felt distinctly off. The colors appeared washed out, slightly distorted. In the corner, a strange symbol caught my eye, a triangle with 3 dots inside, identical to one I'd seen scratched in a library book the previous year. Each interaction reinforced my growing suspicion. This wasn't the Martin I once knew. He looked human, sounded human, mostly, but something fundamental had changed. The more I observed, the more uncertain I became about who or what stood before me. Then, at exactly 3:33 a.m., my phone rang. Half asleep, I fumbled for it. No caller ID showed on the screen. A calm, quiet voice asked, "Do you remember who you really are?" The words hung in the air. My heart raced. Who is this? No answer came, just the same question repeated before the line went dead. Martin seemed off from the start. I first noticed something strange when he talked about the frame, smiling awkwardly as if hiding something. Late one night, returning from the store, I saw him on his porch moving like a glitching video, jerky and unnatural. When I called out, he turned with a blank face and spoke in a flat, recording-like voice. "I'm right here." Just like that, he was normal again, smiling faintly, unnerved. I quickly walked home. Over the next few days, I tried to understand what was happening, but Martin never gave a clear explanation. Eventually, I stopped asking. He remained in the neighborhood, acting as if nothing was wrong. At night, I'd catch glimpses of him standing in shadows, watching. But whenever I approached, he'd vanish. I still don't know what he is or what he wants. Just a presence that never left, yet never truly belonged. My life had been ordinary, a typical software engineer with no dramatic backstory. Everything changed after that first strange call. A voice kept asking, "Do you remember who you really are?" I kept it to myself, knowing no one would believe such a story. I started observing myself more closely, noticing details I'd overlooked before. Memory gaps began appearing, not just typical forgetfulness, but strange blanks like missing film scenes. During a hike at Kendrick Peak, something felt fundamentally wrong. The trail was familiar, yet everything seemed off. Footsteps echoed behind me, but nothing was there. Tree shadows stretched unnaturally, disconnected from their sources. At work, I'd suddenly disconnect. My colleagues noticed me zoning out, my computer screen flickering with bizarre static. These moments were brief, but deeply unsettling. Something was watching me, and this was no simple prank. Investigating further, I discovered the phone logs were bizarre. These calls weren't coming through normal networks. The data was scrambled and inexplicable. One late night, I saw a figure outside my window, tall, slender, wearing a dark jacket and baseball cap. When I blinked, they disappeared. The boundary between what I knew and what was happening blurred with each passing day. A persistent voice seemed to know something about me that I couldn't grasp. My sense of self was disintegrating, fragment by fragment. Work became a struggle. My boss noticed something was off, pulling me aside with visible worry. I mumbled about being tired, but internally, I was unraveling. Nights grew increasingly strange. Driving home one evening, the sunset casting orange across the highway, I spotted an abandoned pickup truck with its door hanging open. A quick glance revealed a familiar shadowy figure standing in a nearby field, the same presence I'd seen on my porch. Documentation became my lifeline. I meticulously recorded every odd occurrence. Mysterious calls, unexplained encounters, memory gaps. 2 weeks after the initial strange call, things escalated. Around 1 a.m., a knock disrupted the house's silence. The peephole revealed nothing but a small folded paper lay waiting. Do you remember who you really are? Mark listened skeptically when I called the next morning, but as I shared details, his doubt transformed into genuine concern. We spent an entire night investigating, combing through phone records, analyzing the note, reviewing security footage, yet nothing concrete emerged. The camera showed no trace of any intruder. The pattern became relentless. Unidentified calls arrived every few days. Cryptic notes appeared in unexpected places. My mailbox, car, dashboard. During daylight hours, I caught glimpses of the figure, always at the edge of my vision, moving with an unnatural, almost mechanical quality. Paranoia consumed me. I stopped hiking alone and secured every home entrance. But the calls continued, a constant reminder that something fundamental was shifting. A month after the first call, everything changed dramatically. Sitting alone in my kitchen, I answered the phone immediately. Do you remember who you really are? The voice asked. Suddenly, a soft buzzing filled the room. Lights flickered, an unnatural chill swept through the space, bringing with it a sense of imminent revelation. The street corner felt strange, a place of unspoken mystery. Rain or shine, he was there between 4:15 and 4:20 every afternoon, camera focused intently on the cracked pavement, street sign, and faded crosswalk lines where 9th and Alder intersect. My move to this quiet Tacoma neighborhood in late October coincided with his daily presence. Damp gray days and constant drizzle marked my early weeks, and I'd spot him frequently while driving or walking my dog. Other residents seemed oblivious to his consistent ritual. Initially, I dismissed him as a photographer working on some project. But after a week of observing his precise routine, curiosity took hold. On a cloudy Tuesday, I approached him, walking over with my dog after parking down the street. He didn't flinch when I spoke. His response was measured, eyes remaining fixed on his camera. I see you here daily, I said. What makes this corner special? It's important to document, he replied. When I pressed further, he simply stated he didn't know why anyone else would find it interesting. Weeks later, a whispered phone call changed everything. You're closer than you think. Then, silence. The calls stopped. Simon vanished. But the feeling of being watched never left. Fragments of memory hover uncertainly, leaving me to question, am I truly who I believe myself to be? From our first encounter, something felt off about Simon. His presence at the street corner was too deliberate, his movements too calculated. Every day, he'd study this seemingly unremarkable spot with a camera, each of his carefully chosen words feeling like a test. He admitted he wasn't local, yet returned daily to this empty corner with remarkable consistency. No phone, no notebook, just a camera and an inexplicable purpose. No one else ever seemed to notice or interact with him. His routine was mechanical. Always alone, always at the exact same time, always watching. At work, I shared stories about Simon with local colleagues, expecting casual conversation. Instead, their reactions stunned me. They looked at me like I was telling a wild tale, firmly insisting no such person existed, especially not on 9th and Alder, a corner they described as completely lifeless. Something felt strange about Simon from the beginning. He wasn't connected to any neighborhood networks, and nobody seemed to recognize him before I first noticed him. When I directly asked where he lived, his answers remained frustratingly unclear, somewhere nearby, but never staying in one place for long. His constant evasiveness made me increasingly suspicious. One afternoon, I decided to engage him more directly. I approached and highlighted the neighborhood's unexpected vibrancy, morning bakery crowds, children playing, community potlucks. Simon's response was deeply unsettling. He appeared genuinely confused, claiming he'd never witnessed any of this activity. When I mentioned how frequently people walk this street, he seemed shocked. People walk here, he asked, his voice revealing complete bewilderment. Something about his perception seemed fundamentally disconnected from reality. His explanation for being in the area was strangely cryptic. He talked about documenting places with minimal activity, suggesting these ordinary locations held hidden significance. Yet his explanation felt rehearsed, like a line borrowed from some obscure artistic statement. A few days later, I followed him after his usual photography routine. He walked slowly down the street and suddenly disappeared into a narrow alley between two houses. I waited 5 minutes, but he never reappeared. Investigating the alley, I found it completely empty. Checking nearby houses revealed no open doors or signs of entry. At home, I reviewed my recently installed security camera footage. At 4:17 that afternoon, Simon appeared at the corner with his camera. The video showed him entering the alley, but then nothing. No exit, no movement, no shadows. I rewound, fast-forwarded, and watched repeatedly. The footage remained unchanged. My investigations continued. I searched nearby streets and alleys, finding no trace of Simon. The phone number I'd once used to text him was disconnected. Neighbors' memories were fragmented. Some remembered him, others believed I was simply imagining things. Throughout these interactions, an inexplicable unease persisted. Simon didn't feel entirely real, though I couldn't explain exactly why. The library in my small Vermont college town runs like clockwork, especially during those late afternoon hours when students have finished classes and haven't yet returned home. For 3 years, I've worked as the assistant librarian, specializing in helping people find research materials on environmental science and forestry, a field that continues to fascinate me deeply. A few months ago, something broke through this predictable rhythm. Just before closing time, I spotted a man in the back corner of the reading room, a space usually empty and facing away from the main floor. He seemed unremarkable at first. Dark jacket, neat jeans, carefully combed hair, but his posture was oddly rigid. A stack of specialized texts sat untouched on his table, the exact type of books I routinely help students locate, volumes on botany, old forestry techniques, and plant ecology. Something felt strange. These books lacked library stamps and didn't appear to be checked out. While I'd seen people read on site before, his behavior was distinctly peculiar. When I looked his way, he'd be staring down at the table, never engaging with the books. If I turned back to my work, he'd quietly lift a book, flip a page, and immediately set it down again. No notes, no bookmarks. He studiously avoided eye contact, even as the library emptied and grew quiet. It was almost as if he was deliberately hiding. I tried twice to engage him. "Do you need help finding anything?" I asked casually. He continued writing in his notebook, his handwriting meticulously neat, a mix of numbers, letters, and what seemed like charts. My second attempt produced the same result. Silent, downward focus. Days passed without another encounter. Then one evening at dusk, I caught a glimpse of him across the street, staring silently at my window. In an instant, he vanished. Weeks went by without another appearance. Late one night around 11:30, a soft tapping at my front window startled me. Simon stood outside, looking in. He made no attempt to enter, simply nodded, then walked away down the street. The next day, my inquiries went nowhere. No one remembered seeing him. Weeks passed, the corner remained empty, and Simon disappeared completely, as if he had never existed at all. The edge of the street became a familiar observation point during my evening dog walks. A motionless figure would stand watching, drawing my curiosity about his purpose in this mundane location. Weeks passed, and something peculiar developed. A man appeared almost daily, always positioned in the same spot with a collection of books matching my academic field. Yet nothing about his presence felt normal. His books remained untouched, and his notebook seemed to turn pages without any actual writing occurring. One afternoon, a brief power interruption changed everything, and the lights returned. He had completely disappeared. My thorough search yielded nothing. He was gone without a trace. The books stayed exactly where they had been. Remarkably, he returned the next day, resuming his identical routine. My investigation began quietly. Other students and staff reported no sightings of this mysterious person. He seemed to materialize from nowhere. Strangeness escalated when I discovered one of his books lying between shelves in the environmental science section, a book that definitely wasn't there previously. Initially, the book's pages revealed nothing unusual, but a small faint symbol on the inside cover caught my attention, a triangle containing 3 dots. This mark was unique, unlike anything I'd seen in a library book. Comparing it with other copies showed no similar markings. The cataloging librarian was equally perplexed. She suggested a previous owner might be responsible, but these were library books from a set acquired years ago. No one should have been writing in them. The mysterious mark continued haunting my thoughts. A few days later, something even more unsettling occurred. While shelving new arrivals, our eyes met. His gaze was unnerving. Grey eyes completely empty, devoid of any emotion or human depth. A sudden, inexplicable chill ran through me. The next day brought further bizarre developments. His books had completely vanished from the table. I checked everywhere, checkout logs, stacks, consulting other librarians. No one had moved or checked out these books. They had simply disappeared. After weeks of increasingly strange occurrences, one thing became clear. Something wasn't right. The library's atmosphere transformed when he was present. Books would vanish without explanation, and the cleaning crew consistently insisted they hadn't touched anything. Weeks had passed since I first noticed him at the library, a quiet, motionless figure in the corner who seemed more like a shadow than a person. His behavior was unsettling, sometimes flipping through books without reading, other times staring blankly at the wall. An old forestry manual from the 1940s caught my attention, a book that shouldn't have been in our collection. The catalogue showed no record of its existence. Driven by curiosity, I followed him after he left. He walked slowly down the street and disappeared into the dense woods behind the library. I waited, but he never returned. Strange occurrences began to multiply. My front door was unlocked when I knew I'd secured it. The same obscure manual now sat on my kitchen table, though neither I nor Sarah had brought it home. At the library, he remained in his usual spot. I wanted to confront him, but something held me back. I left the book near him and walked away. He glanced at it once, then resumed his wall-staring routine. Unexplained events escalated. Papers on my desk would mysteriously my computer clock would shift minutes. Late one night, I glimpsed a figure outside my window. Something not quite human, standing under the porch light before vanishing. I never saw him again. The books he touched gradually returned to the shelves, and the manual disappeared from my car. Questions lingered. Who was he? What did he want? The library remained quiet, with an empty chair in the corner and a lingering sense that something watched from the shadows. I woke in an unfamiliar bed, confused and disoriented. Soft light filtered through partially drawn curtains. Fully dressed in jeans, a black t-shirt, and worn sneakers, something felt fundamentally wrong. I couldn't remember how I'd arrived here. A distinctive scent filled the air, old wood mixed with lavender, decidedly not from my own space. My head throbbed slightly as I surveyed the small, minimalist apartment. A narrow kitchen held a few clean dishes, a cheap couch and a wall-mounted TV. The pale grey walls seemed to hold a heavy, inexplicable silence. A strange silence enveloped me as I woke up, my memory a complete blank. No text messages, no phone calls, and my phone was nowhere to be found. I checked my pockets and discovered my usual items: wallet, keys, and lighter. Tucked among them was a small folded piece of paper with neat handwriting that read, "Meet me at 7:30 tonight, 213 Harbor Stat." The apartment felt like a parallel version of my life. Walls displayed landscapes, abstract paintings, and beach photos, but no personal touches. No family pictures, no books, just a carefully staged space that seemed both familiar and completely foreign. From the kitchen, I tried calling my number on the landline. It rang endlessly with no answer. This wasn't like me at all. I'm not someone who parties or blacks out, and I live alone. Yet something about this place tugged at the edges of my consciousness. Stepping into the hallway, an unnatural quiet pressed against me. No sounds of life, just the faint hum of an air vent. Downstairs, an old lobby with wooden floors and a faded rug waited, carrying a metallic smell like old plumbing. The street outside looked slightly off, a rundown residential area near the water. Drooping flowers at a florist, a cafe with a peeling sign, and old shops lined the street. Grey skies hung heavy, a chill cutting through the air. In my jacket pocket, I found a phone that wasn't mine. The lock screen showed today's date, but everything felt wrong. Swiping through, I saw photos of a man who looked almost like me, slightly distorted. A name caught my eye. Elliot. The last text message was simple. Are you coming tonight? The paper's address led me to 213 Haast, an old apartment building near the docks. Weathered paint and rusted mailboxes hinted at years of history. Something inexplicable drew me forward. I buzzed the apartment, and the door clicked open. Darkness filled the hallway, but a familiar lavender scent hung in the air. My footsteps echoed as I climbed to the third floor, finding apartment 7B with its door slightly ajar. Pushing it gently, I peered inside. The room was empty but meticulously organized, with a single chair facing the window. Outside, grey water and swaying boats filled the view. Did you have dark hair and piercing green eyes? A man in his early 30s stood behind me, calm yet intense in dark jeans and a light jacket. Who are you? I asked. A faint smile crossed his face. I'm someone you need to talk to. I've been waiting for you. Confusion washed over me. Waiting? I don't know you. I don't know how I got here. He nodded, as if my response was exactly what he expected. That's because you don't remember everything. But you're close. Close to what? I pressed. Do you remember who you really are? I shook my head. As he stepped closer, something felt unnatural. His eyes were too steady, too sharp. I don't expect you to understand now, he said quietly. But you've been elsewhere. You've been somewhere you don't belong, and that place is trying to pull you back. My throat tightened. What does that mean? What place? He glanced toward the window, his gaze distant. Not here, not there either. Elliot had appeared, smiled softly, and then vanished, leaving me standing alone by the grey water with more questions than answers. Wait, I had called out. How do I get home? How do I get back to my... His cryptic response lingered. You already are home. You just don't realize it. Something wasn't right, but I couldn't pinpoint what. My apartment felt different, too cluttered, too noisy. Sometimes, when I look in the mirror, I catch a glimpse of someone else, a face that's almost mine, but not quite. Late at night, my phone occasionally lights up with a message from an unknown number, simply asking, "Do you remember yet?" The mystery haunts me. Who was Elliot? Why did I feel like I didn't belong anywhere? And why did this apartment feel both strange and familiar? I'd started going to the farmer's market as a weekend ritual, just to get out of the house and see some people. The small, unassuming place was mostly filled with regulars buying vegetables and baked goods. I didn't expect to meet anyone new, but there she was. Harper, standing by the apple stand, carefully examining a bunch of Granny Smiths. The market was where we first connected, her hand hovering carefully over a pile of apples. A simple recommendation from me led to a smile, and she mentioned being new to town. Over the next few weeks, our paths crossed casually, sometimes amid produce, sometimes over coffee. Harper's presence was peculiar from the start. She listened intently but revealed little about herself, maintaining a subtle distance that made her feel slightly disconnected from our surroundings. Something about her didn't quite align with the normal rhythm of town life. My first hint of strangeness came through photographs. At the town park, I was capturing sunlight through branches, with Harper seated beside me. But when I reviewed the images later, the bench was empty, no trace of her anywhere. Thinking it might be a camera malfunction, I tried again. At a library craft fair, we sat on a picnic blanket, and I took multiple shots. Harper was smiling, chatting normally, yet each photo showed only the landscape, as if she had been digitally erased. Maybe I'm a ghost, she joked when I showed her the images, but her laughter didn't ease my growing unease. I started taking deliberate photographs, candid shots, group pictures, unexpected moments. Every single time, Harper vanished from the frame. Her reflections were equally strange. In shop windows, she appeared as barely a blur. Strangers would occasionally stare at her with unsettling intensity. Once, a child gazed at her for an uncomfortably long moment before running away in tears. When I tried discussing these occurrences, Harper would deflect. Some things are better left unexplained, she'd say, her smile not quite reaching her eyes. Her responses only deepened the mystery surrounding her existence. The rain was light, street lamps reflecting on wet pavement when I confronted Harper. "What are you?" I asked in a low voice. Her careful gaze met mine. "I'm not sure I know," she replied quietly. Months earlier, during a movie night in my small, cluttered apartment, something strange happened. I tried taking her picture, but each attempt yielded the same bizarre result. She was absent from the image. She smiled softly, placing her hand over the lens, blocking my view. An uneasy feeling crept in. This wasn't just a camera malfunction or a rare condition. Something fundamental about Harper felt different, like stepping into an unknown realm with unfamiliar rules. She wasn't a typical person, and her very existence seemed to challenge my understanding. "I need to know why I can't photograph you," I pressed. Her response remained calm and cryptic. "I'm not like you, but I'm here. At least I try to be." Our interactions became less frequent after that night. Harper mentioned leaving town, and I didn't challenge her departure. Before she left, she handed me a small notebook. "For when I'm gone," she said. "Inside, I discovered intricate drawings of unfamiliar places, strange symbols, and sketches of almost human figures with unsettling, slightly off features." The notebook sat on my shelf, holding unresolved mysteries. Life seemingly returned to normal. I revisited familiar places, the market, the park. Yet something lingered. In photographs from that period, I'd occasionally catch a fleeting shadow where Harper should be. Sometimes from the corner of my eye, I'd sense her watching, calm, quiet, waiting for me to understand. What she was remained a mystery. But her presence, even in absence, was undeniable. The midnight taxi ride home should have been routine. After a long restaurant shift, I just wanted to get back to my cramped apartment on a small street at the neighborhood's edge. But nothing about this journey felt normal. The cab's driver was a man in his late 50s or early 60s, weathered by time with thinning grey hair and deep-lined eyes that held a calm, knowing demeanor. When I first settled into the older, faded yellow sedan and gave my address, he simply nodded and said, but something felt off almost immediately. Instead of heading toward my destination, he turned in the opposite direction. Street lights began to flicker weakly, and the cityscape around us slowly transformed. Older houses replaced newer ones, and the air grew cooler. I checked my phone. No signal, which seemed strange in an area that usually had perfect reception. "This isn't the way to my place," I said after 10 minutes of silent driving. His response was cryptic. Eyes fixed ahead, he murmured. "Sometimes the path isn't what it seems. The shortest way isn't always the true way." We circled block after block of semi-familiar streets that somehow didn't match my usual route home. An hour passed and my initial confusion shifted toward unease. "Are you?" I asked. He shook his head. "Not lost, just following the path." The world outside looked subtly different. Street signs appeared worn and faded in a way I'd never seen before. Other cars looked like models from years past. It felt like I'd slipped sideways into a different version of my neighborhood. Or maybe stepped back in time. Rain started softly, then grew heavier. Windshield wipers swept back and forth, blurring the world outside into a muted, slow-motion scene. We passed an empty, dark playground, shadows hanging heavily over the swings. Something fundamental had changed in how I saw the world during this strange journey. The driver's eyes were too clear, almost like glass, reflecting nothing of the streetlights around us. His expression remained unnervingly calm, as if he understood something I didn't. And maybe that mysterious encounter was enough to alter my perspective forever. The diner was nearly deserted that Thursday night, just past 9. A guy slumped over coffee at the counter, a weary waitress restocking sugar, and a few occupied booths scattered in the back. Hunger had driven me to this 24-hour spot off Route 11 after a long day with no real meal. I slid into a seat midway down the row, ordered a grilled cheese and fries, and drifted into a daze. That's when I first noticed the man in the booth behind me. His voice came in a steady, low tone, the kind people use during long conversations. But something felt wrong. No pauses, no sound of another person responding. just him talking in an unnervingly flat, even voice. Street names drifted through the air: Briarwood, Tanner Lane. Then Bellamy Square, that tiny strip where the old bakery used to stand before burning down in the 80s. My brain froze. These weren't local names. I'm from a town 8 hours away where no one here would know these places, let alone recite them so precisely. Suddenly, little details started to stand out. A bird perched motionless on a street lamp outside. A shadow in a second-story window that vanished when I blinked. No pedestrians anywhere. The radio, which had been silent, clicked on by itself. A soft, static-filled tune played, something like a lullaby, but stretched and distorted. When I looked at the driver again, his eyes met mine with an intensity that felt too controlled to be real. "Please just take me home," I said, my voice shaking. He nodded, and the streets gradually became familiar again. Trees, cracked sidewalks, the faint glow of my apartment building emerging. As the cab stopped, I reached for my wallet. The driver shook his head. No charge. His slow, deliberate smile returned. "Sometimes the path isn't what it seems," he said. I stepped out, completely bewildered by the entire journey. I closed the door behind me, watching the cab disappear into the misty street. Back in my apartment, I checked my phone. Signal restored, but no missed calls or messages. Later that night, catching my reflection, I noticed something odd, a calm, empty smile lurking behind my own eyes. What it meant, I still can't explain. I noticed him first while sipping coffee, just the back of his perfectly combed brown hair visible. He sat alone, facing away, with a crisp white shirt collar peeking above a grey jacket. No phone on the table. As I leaned back, he began describing a town from decades before my time, speaking as if everything still existed. His descriptions were strange. Not like someone fondly recalling home, but more like he was methodically tracing an invisible map. The hardware store with red siding. Across from that, the pharmacy, not the new one, but the old one with the green awning. The cobbler shop on the corner, 2 doors down from Mrs. A. People sip says to course I from Mrs. A. Albright's sewing store. Mrs. S. Albright was long gone before my mom was even born. I knew her only from a black and white photo in the local library's archives. Curiosity sparked, I twisted in my seat, trying to get a better look. Street by street, storefront by storefront, he detailed places that no longer existed. The train depot on Pine, demolished in the 70s. The park fountain removed after cracking one winter. Then, casually as mentioning the old hardware store, he said, "You lived on Fern Street." My world stopped. That was my childhood street. He didn't sound like he was guessing, just stating a fact. I turned slowly, pretending to adjust my seat. His profile emerged, pale, clean-shaven, neither young nor old. No wrinkles, no blemishes. His gaze fixed ahead, on an empty booth, lips moving in a steady rhythm I could no longer hear. The waitress brought my grilled cheese, lingering slightly too long. I thought about asking her about him, but she seemed distracted and hurried back to the counter. When I looked again, he sat motionless, hands folded, staring straight ahead. His plate was somehow empty. I hadn't even seen him eat. I had planned to pay and leave, but curiosity took over. At the counter, I settled my bill. Passing his booth on the way back, I glanced in. Nothing. No coffee cup, no plate, just an empty table. I scanned the restaurant. He wasn't at the register, not in the bathroom hallway, not walking out the door. The guy at the counter remained hunched over his mug. The waitress still working at the sugar jar. I hadn't heard the door chime. "Did the man in the grey jacket leave?" I asked her. She looked confused. "You were the only one in a booth," she said. I insisted there was a man right behind me, but her expression told a different story entirely. The bus crawled through a misty Thursday morning, its windows streaked with rain that seemed to penetrate everything. I'd missed my usual route and found myself on the 720, a journey that felt unfamiliar. Wet coats and cheap coffee filled the cramped space as I settled into an empty aisle seat, trying to shake off the dampness without disturbing anyone nearby. 2 rows ahead, a man caught my attention. Mid-30s with short dark hair and a grey windbreaker, he sat by the window. A thin, curved scar above his right eyebrow drew my gaze almost involuntarily. As the bus lurched forward, I glanced out at the blurred landscape. Another passenger boarded, and something felt instantly wrong. He was identical, an exact replica of the first man. Same windbreaker, same face, same subtle scar. One sat toward the front, the other near the back. Neither acknowledged the other's presence, acting completely normal. I tried to be subtle, stealing quick glances while pretending to adjust my hair or look around casually. The impossible remained true. Two men who were precisely the same, sharing a bus as if nothing was amiss. Later, at the diner, a waitress in a white shirt frowned when I mentioned my observation, insisting she hadn't served anyone else that night. Driving back to my motel, a voice echoed in my mind. "You lived on Fern Street," it had said, with an unsettling familiarity, as if this stranger knew me before my own first breath. I sat with the car idling, staring through the diner's glass. Both my old booth and the one behind it appeared empty. The men's behavior was equally strange. One gazed fixedly out the window, while the other stared straight ahead throughout the entire ride. When I stood to let someone pass, I caught a glimpse of the back guy. His eyes the exact same light brown as the first man's met mine briefly. A slow blink, a moment of connection, then he looked away as if nothing had happened. A woman across the aisle shot me a disapproving look, clearly thinking I was being intrusive with my repeated glances, that something fundamental was wrong. These men were identical in every possible way, and no one else seemed to notice. The tension started building subtly. Two men on the bus, never once acknowledging each other. Something felt strange. I strained to detect any connection between them, listening intently even with my earbuds in, but heard nothing except the soft hum of tires on wet pavement. The first man stood and left at a stop, walking into the drizzle without looking back. A peculiar metallic scent lingered as he passed. I thought perhaps it was just a coincidence when the second man also departed 2 stops later at a completely different location. But my unease grew when I stepped off at my stop. There, across the street under an awning, stood the first man, hands in pockets, staring down the block. When he slowly turned and locked eyes with me, no expression crossing his face, a chill ran down my spine. I started walking toward my office, trying to dismiss my growing anxiety. A reflection in a shop window revealed the second man crossing the street behind me. Quickening my pace, I cut down a side street, refusing to look back. Throughout the day, glimpses continued. A figure in a grey windbreaker passed by during lunch. That evening, I left the office after dark and took a different bus home, keeping my head down and avoiding any potential eye contact. Hours later, I found myself driving through the endless desert of northern New Mexico. The GPS had long since lost signal, and I was navigating by memory toward a distant client job site. Late afternoon light stretched shadows impossibly long across the landscape. After not seeing another vehicle for over 20 minutes, a pull-off with a rusted picnic table and a green highway trash can caught my eye. A lone man stood beside it, facing the road as if waiting, just waiting. He was tall, maybe in his late 50s, standing on the gravel roadside with a brown windbreaker and pressed khaki pants. His hair remained perfectly combed, and he carried nothing. No hat, no sunglasses, no bag. I slowed down and pulled over, intending to ask directions to Los Arios. "Hey, do you know how to get to Los Arios from here?" I called out through the passenger window. Without missing a beat, he responded with mechanical precision. His eyes locked onto mine, unblinking, as he rattled off directions like a pre-programmed GPS. 17.4 miles east on this road, turn left at the white post marked 28B. That's a 43-deg angle turn. Continue for 22.6 miles, then turn right at the second cattle guard. You'll arrive in exactly 53 minutes and 19 seconds, given your current speed. A single nod signaled the end of our interaction. I stared, stunned by his robotic delivery of decimal-precise numbers. As I merged back onto the highway and glanced in the mirror, he remained rooted in the same spot, hands at his sides, facing the road. A mile down, A chilling thought made my stomach drop. I'd never told him my starting point. How could he have calculated such exact mileage and timing? Later that day, across an intersection, someone stood watching a bus. A grey windbreaker, a small crescent scar visible over the eyebrow. I kept driving, watching my odometer closely. His directions echoed in my mind. At exactly 17.4 miles, a white post marked 28B appeared. Something felt strange, but curiosity pulled me forward, and I turned left. The road narrowed, more like a private ranch path than a public route. Scrub brush flanked both sides, and no other vehicles were in sight. As the sun dipped low, shadows stretched long across the landscape, making everything look flat and empty. At 22.6 miles, a cattle guard appeared. I slowed down, wondering if this was the turn he'd mentioned. No right-hand road, just a faint dirt track vanishing into a dry wash. I continued, convinced the turn was still ahead. Then I noticed something odd. My dashboard clock. The minutes and seconds matched his estimate perfectly. Each time I checked, the timing was exact, even when I slowed for turns or briefly stopped to drink water. It couldn't be a coincidence, but I tried to convince myself it was. The long drive east from Boise toward Wyoming was wearing me down. Hours of road stretched behind me, my last gas station coffee a distant memory, legs stiff and eyes blurring with fatigue. A blue rest area sign appeared like a welcome reprieve. A chance to stretch and refresh. The parking lot felt eerily empty, with just one flickering overhead light casting an industrial orange glow. Underneath it stood a man in a grey business suit, unnaturally still. His posture was rigid. Feet together, shoulders squared like a posed photograph, staring ahead with unblinking intensity. The briefcase hung motionless from his right hand, not swinging even in the lightest breeze. As I slowed near the entrance, something felt deeply wrong. He didn't react to my car in any typical way. His head turned slightly, but it seemed he'd been watching me long before I arrived. I parked at the far end of the lot, 8 or 9 spaces away. The moment my engine died, I noticed the radio still playing, just static, and a late-night talk station fading in and out. A traffic announcer read updates from Nevada, then I saw the man's lips moving. Initially, I thought he might be rehearsing something, but the synchronization was impossible. His mouth matched every single word from the radio with precise, unnatural accuracy. The journey continued as if nothing had interrupted my progress. Approaching what seemed to be my destination, I scanned the horizon. Low hills and a single wire fence running alongside the road offered the only break in the landscape's monotony. With 1 minute left, another cattle guard appeared. A dirt road branched off to the right, unmarked and anonymous. A glance in the rearview mirror revealed him, the same man in a brown windbreaker, pressed khaki pants, perfectly combed hair, standing about 50 yards back, motionless. I couldn't have looped around. No turns had been taken since the last marker. Unnerved, I pressed the gas and turned onto the dirt road, hoping he wouldn't follow. The path stretched maybe half a mile before ending at a chained gate. Beyond it lay only open land. I idled, the engine humming, feeling like I'd been guided to a place I shouldn't be. The radio announcer's voice matched the man's mouth movements with uncanny precision. I watched for several seconds, hoping it was just a weird coincidence, but deep down I knew it wasn't. Even when the station briefly flickered and returned with weekend construction updates, the synchronization remained perfect. After turning back, I found the stretch where I'd seen him completely empty. No vehicle, no person, not even a trace of footprints in the dusty roadside. The sun was setting as I reached the highway, casting long shadows across the landscape. Miles down the road, my GPS suddenly rerouted me to Los Cerritos by a completely different path than the one he'd suggested. The next town's lights were the first sign of human presence I'd seen since that moment. The bathroom building felt inexplicably cold for a July evening. Keeping my eyes down, I couldn't help occasional glances his way. He stared in my direction, but not really seeing me. His pupils remained fixed and unfocused. A soft murmuring caught my attention, perfectly timed with my car's radio announcer. My chest tightened with an unexplainable tension. Inside, industrial cleaner, overwhelmed everything. Fluorescent lights hummed louder than normal, or perhaps my ears were playing tricks. I splashed water on my face, trying to shake the feeling he might be right outside the door. Stepping out, something had subtly shifted. He turned slightly, body angled as if preparing to walk. His lips had stopped moving, but both shoes now pointed directly at my car. I quickened my pace. Keys already in hand, I stopped near my vehicle. The driver's side door was unlocked. I knew I'd locked it earlier. I'd heard the confirmation beep when I walked away. The radio seemed slightly louder, the announcer droning about a weather report for an unfamiliar city. I slammed the door, locked it again, and started the engine. I should have just driven off immediately. A final glance in the rearview mirror revealed him standing at the lot's edge where sidewalk met pavement. Backlit by the flickering light, his face was shadowed. Yet I could still see his mouth moving, perfectly synchronized with the radio announcer's voice. The Tuesday evening settled in, commuter rush fading as the train platform glowed with a buzzing sodium yellow light. I had just wrapped up a project at the Tacoma office, and the train car felt nearly empty. Wet metal lingered in the air from earlier rain. Settling into a window seat midway down the car, I placed my bag between my feet. Across from me sat a man in his mid-40s, wearing a navy overcoat and holding a leather satchel. He sat rigidly, hands positioned on top of his bag, seemingly looking slightly left toward the aisle. My gaze drifted to the window, taking in the nighttime train reflection. Me, the man opposite, the dim interior, and blurred city lights sliding past. Something caught my attention. In the reflection, the man wasn't looking toward the aisle as he appeared. His eyes were fixed directly on me. At first, I thought it might be an optical illusion. When the train jolted and the man's actual head turned toward the aisle, his reflection's head mimicked the movement perfectly, but his eyes remained locked on mine. I stared, pulse quickening, blinking repeatedly to clear my vision. The more I considered what I was seeing, the less sense it made. 10 minutes later, the radio static vanished. The same announcer continued speaking, now with impossibly clear reception, as if broadcasting from right next to me. As I reached to turn it off, movement in the rear view caught my eye. Far back on the shoulder, under another streetlight, stood a man in a business suit. Same height, same stance, same briefcase. I kept my eyes forward after that. Driving back onto the interstate, the rest stop disappeared into darkness. I tried convincing myself it was just a weird coincidence. Maybe he had an earpiece, was merely mouthing along to something. But deep down, I knew something was terribly wrong. I didn't check the radio again until near the next exit, where I finally switched it off. The silence felt unsettling, but I didn't turn it back on. I drove until I reached town, parking outside my motel. Only then did I notice my driver's side door was unlocked again. His reflection caught my eye first, while his actual body seemed angled away, looking toward the far side of the train car. His gaze remained locked onto me, unblinking. Something felt off, though I tried convincing myself I was just overtired, or the Rain Street glass was playing tricks. Curiosity nagged at me, so I tilted my head slightly. That's when things got strange. His hand lifted to adjust his cuff, and the reflection mimicked the motion with perfect synchronization. Yet while his real body moved, the reflection's head stayed motionless, eyes still fixed directly on me. Train wheels suddenly sounded louder, more hollow. A quick glance around revealed 2 college students near the back, and a woman in a red scarf further up. No one seemed to notice anything unusual. When I tried looking directly at him, only part of his face was visible, his real eyes hidden from this angle. He showed no reaction, no acknowledgement of my presence. Those reflection eyes were unsettling. Pale grey irises that didn't react to changing station lights. Pupils, unnatural and still. Almost instinctively, I pressed my palm against the glass. Hoping to make the reflection behave normally, it didn't. Instead, the reflection's eyes precisely tracked every subtle movement of my head. As the train slowed into the next station, overhead lights flickered. For a brief moment of darkness, only my faint reflection remained. But when lights returned, his was back, watching intently. People boarded, shuffling past. The man across from me stayed completely still. Changing cars seemed risky. I didn't want to draw attention to my unease. so I reached into my bag, pretending to search for something while keeping the window in my peripheral vision. Then the real body shifted slightly with the train's turn. In the reflection, something new happened. The head moved marginally, and the mouth opened as if speaking, silently, deliberately, each movement calculated. My heart thudded hard enough I could feel it in my throat. 4 stations remained before my stop. Standing up crossed my mind, but my legs felt heavy. An announcer's voice crackled over the intercom, muffled and distorted. The highway stretched endlessly through eastern Oregon, a 2-lane road cutting through absolute nowhere. Late afternoon brought an overcast sky that blurred the line between day and evening. My gas gauge had been dropping steadily for miles, so when a faded station sign appeared, I decided to stop. The place looked old but lived in just one pump island, a small shop with a single front window and a tall sign with partially missing letters. Gravel crunched under my tires as I pulled in. Before I could fully park, a man emerged from around the building's side, wearing a blue work shirt with a marten patch and a tan cap pulled low. Walking up with a cheerful smile, he greeted me. "Evening," he said. "Fill it up." I nodded, rolled down my window halfway and handed over my card. He swiped it on a handheld reader and began pumping gas. Glancing at the clouds, he mentioned, "Bit of a cold snap coming in tonight, going to drop to the high 20s after dark." The sun was setting as I pulled in, my car's thermometer reading 74 degrees. I'd been driving all day in short sleeves with the windows cracked. "Really?" I said, feeling the warmth. Martin chuckled, as if I'd found something amusing. "Not for long," he replied. "Last night it was barely over 30 by the time the moon was up." Later, on the train, something strange caught my eye during an announcement. The reflection in the window moved perfectly in sync with the voice, as if lip-syncing. The actual man beside me remained completely motionless. Looking away, I stopped watching the window and stared at the floor, counting seconds until the next station. When we arrived, I forced myself to stand. My knees were unsteady, but I managed to sling my bag over my shoulder and move toward the doors. As they opened, I couldn't help glancing back. The man was still sitting in his seat, but in the window's reflection something had changed. The reflection's head had turned fully toward me, with both hands pressed flat against the glass, fingers spread wide, leaning closer. I stepped off the train without looking again. I didn't see him follow me onto the platform. But as the train pulled away, a final glimpse revealed the seat was now empty. Yet the reflection remained. The late fall highway stretched before me, nearly empty, with miles of scrubland and barren fences marking the landscape. Overhead, a heavy dark sky pressed down, and the last hint of daylight was just a faint orange line. The air carried that sharp, cold dryness unique to high altitudes as I drove back from visiting a friend in Pueblo, Colorado. My attention wavered between the road and a lingering sense of unease. Earlier, at the gas station, something about the encounter felt off. Martin had seemed so casual, chatting about road construction near Oko. His voice relaxed like we were old neighbors. I'd responded easily, but something kept drawing my eyes to the dashboard thermometer. When the pump clicked off, he'd handed back my card with a thank you, as if I'd done him a favor. He walked toward the far side of the building, presumably to check something. Inside the shop, a bell rang as I entered. The space smelled of motor oil and old candy, with a woman in her late 50s flipping through a magazine behind the counter. "Hey, you got a good guy working the pumps out there?" I asked, setting down a water bottle. Her confused look made me pause. "Martin, blue shirt, cap. He just filled me up." Her response chilled me. They hadn't had a pump attendant in 6 or 7 years. It was self-serve. I stared, stunned. No, he was just out there. He took my card. She shook her head, seemingly unsure if I was playing some game. "I'm the only one here, all day." Outside, the pump island stood empty. No sign of Martin. The gravel lot stretched flat and open, with only my car present. I looked toward where he'd walked earlier. Nothing. Back in the car, I sat with the engine off. The dashboard still read 74 degrees. Mild air drifted through the cracked window, carrying the soft warmth of early fall. As I backed out, the mystery clung to me like a shadow. I was driving down a ranch road when something unusual caught my eye. A lone figure stood on the shoulder, facing the highway. He wasn't like any typical hitchhiker, no town nearby, just empty landscape. His long brown coat looked worn with a frayed hem that seemed dragged through mud, darker at the bottom. Unlike most stranded travelers, he wasn't gesturing for a ride. He just stood completely still. When I approached, he raised his arm in a single, calm wave, as if my stopping was already predetermined. Somehow, I did stop, rolling down the passenger window just a few inches while keeping my seatbelt fastened. His appearance was unsettling. Pale, almost grayish skin. His eyes were the most striking feature, completely black, pupils so dilated they consumed his entire iris, like someone had replaced them with ink. And he didn't blink, not once. "Have you seen the craft?" he asked. Later, I drove past the building's far side. Nothing was there, just some old tires, a rusty dumpster, and weeds growing through gravel. No footprints, no evidence anyone had been present. Back on the highway, I realized my hands were clenched tightly on the steering wheel. His voice echoed in my mind. The way he'd smiled, as if we were discussing something mundane. The weather details he mentioned didn't align with reality, yet he spoke with absolute certainty, like it was already happening. At the next rest stop, I checked my banking app. No charges from the station or anywhere in that town. 30 miles further, something else caught my attention. My car's thermometer had dropped to 52 degrees, though I hadn't changed elevation. The sun was still an hour from setting. His speech was unnervingly controlled. Every word precise, evenly spaced. His accent wasn't local. I let out a nervous laugh. The craft hung low, like an airplane passing overhead. My stomach churned as I tracked its movement. He tilted his head slightly, not understanding my attempt at humor. I scanned the empty highway, nothing ahead, nothing behind. "Haven't seen anything," I said. "Sorry," he responded, completely motionless. His hands buried deep in his coat pockets, fingers shifting slowly, methodically beneath the fabric. Unease crept over me as I drove through the night. A stranger had been haunting my journey, appearing impossibly at different points along the road. It started when he leaned into my car window, warning me that something had been left behind and that I wasn't safe. I'd sped away, but he reappeared. At the highway's edge, he stood motionless, same coat, same stance. My headlights briefly illuminated his face, revealing wide pupils. No car, no bike could have brought him there so quickly, yet he waited, deliberately turning his head as I passed. In a small town where everything closes after 9, I stopped for gas. The station's dim lamp cast shadows across the street where he stood, unmoving. Trembling, I walked inside to pay, hoping the young clerk might offer some insight. I described the man in precise detail, his coat, his eyes. The clerk's response chilled me. While claiming no one matching the description had been around, he added something unsettling. "You're not the first person to mention him." Skipping my usual snacks, I hit the highway immediately. About 30 miles from home, the road narrowed through a dense state forest. My high beams caught a glimpse of movement, the dusty-coated figure just visible at the tree line. This time, I didn't slow down. His gaze burned into me, as intense as someone standing uncomfortably close. As I drove, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was tracking me, something that defied explanation. Each appearance felt deliberate, calculated. My heart raced, knowing something wasn't right. The winter landscape stretched out before me, silent and cold. Temperatures hovered around 25 deg and snow crunched beneath my boots as I hiked the Timberline Trail near Mount Hood. With most hikers avoiding these remote elevations in late January, I didn't expect to see another soul. About 3 miles into my trek, near a ridgeline overlooking a frozen creek, a figure caught my eye. At first it looked like a stump or rock, but then it moved slightly to the side. As I drew closer, the details became unsettling. A man in his mid-30s stood on the trail, dressed bizarrely for the conditions. A faded red t-shirt, light tan shorts, and old running shoes were his only protection against the freezing cold. His skin was extraordinarily pale, as if sunlight was a foreign concept. Something about his posture felt profoundly unnatural. Completely motionless, arms hanging loosely, staring ahead with an eerie expectancy. When I approached, he turned toward me with deliberate, mechanical slowness. Trying to break the tension, I asked, "Hey, aren't you freezing?" His response was deeply strange. He tilted his head like a dog hearing an unfamiliar sound, eyes unblinking, and said in a flat, precise voice, "It's 73°." I laughed nervously and corrected him. "No, it's below freezing." He repeated exactly, "It's 73°, same tone, same rhythm," as if reciting a memorized line. Unnerved, I mumbled, "Stay warm," and walked past him quickly. His gaze burned into my back. 50 yards down the trail, I glanced over my shoulder. He remained perfectly still, facing me. An electric sensation told me I wasn't alone, though no footsteps disturbed the snow. Weeks earlier, a similar sense of otherworldliness had visited my home. One night after midnight, I'd returned to find a perfect circle, about the size of a dinner plate, traced in fine grey dust on my car's hood. It wasn't road grime, but something deliberate and uniform. By morning, the circle had vanished completely, not smudged or washed away, but simply gone as if it had never existed. I went inside and locked every door. At the trail fork near the creek, I paused to drink water. A voice from the dense woods cut through the silence. "You're going the wrong way." I spun around. Nothing. The snow swallowed all sound. I called out. Silence answered. The winter hike had begun like any other day. Walking the trail, I scanned the surroundings. Far across the creek, beyond the ice, he stood. Same clothes, same posture as before. No bridges nearby, no logical explanation for how he could have reached that spot so quickly. I stared, trying to make sense of his presence. He remained completely still. Darkness was closing in, so I decided to head back to my car. The return journey felt different, eerily quiet, as if the forest sounds had retreated. My pace quickened, attempting to convince myself it was just another hiker playing games. But deep down, I knew better. At the overlook, with its stunning view of the frozen creek and snow-covered trees, an unsettling feeling crept over me. Something was definitely not right. Snow crunched behind me at one point. When I stopped, the sound stopped too. Silence followed. Halfway back, I rounded a sharp bend with a clear view of the path. There he was again, about 50 yards back, walking steadily, but not quickly. I kept moving, forcing myself not to run. Periodic glances confirmed he remained the same distance behind. The parking lot was empty when I arrived. I quickly unlocked my car, started the engine, and looked back. He was gone. A quarter-mile down the road, curiosity pulled me to slow down. Through the trees, I could see the trailhead. He stood at the lot's edge, facing the road, arms hanging loosely at his sides. I didn't stop. Later that day, I checked the weather. The high had been 27 degrees. My work trip to Denver concluded with a long layover in Salt Lake City. The airport concourse was nearly deserted, most gates dark with blank or looping display screens. A faint disinfectant smell and distant beeping of electric carts surrounded me as I sat in a quiet row near the windows. A man approached. Late 30s or early 40s, he wore a perfectly tailored grey suit, crisp white shirt, dark tie, and polished shoes. Something about his approach felt unusual, deliberate. The airport was eerily quiet that night. I sat alone waiting for my flight when a man settled one seat away from me, close enough to feel deliberate, yet not directly beside me. He carried nothing. No bag, no phone, nothing. "Where you head?" he asked, his voice flat and controlled. "Cattle." "You connecting?" he pressed. "In a bit," I said. The gate area was dark and lifeless. The screen above showed nothing. The counter stood empty, and only the baggage carousel moved with a slow, hypnotic spin. We exchanged casual conversation about Denver's weather and travel frustrations. His appearance was flawless, a pristine suit without a single wrinkle, hair meticulously parted. I turned momentarily to grab my water bottle. When I looked back, he had vanished. Not walked away, not down the hallway, simply disappeared. The seat beside me was empty, and the entire concourse stretched out clear in both directions. No trace of him remained 50 yards in either direction. I wondered if he might have slipped into the nearby bathroom, but the door was in my direct view. No one had entered or left. Something struck me as strange. The gate wasn't just dark, it looked completely abandoned. Boarding stanchions were pushed aside, the podium unplugged, even the plastic bin tags were gone. After scanning the area for several minutes, I walked over to check the gate number, C14. It meant nothing to me then, but during my flight, I noticed something peculiar on my itinerary. A family trip I'd booked weeks earlier. My boarding pass showed the exact same gate. In Seattle, I confirmed the details. Gate C40. To this day, I cannot explain what flight he was supposedly waiting for. The screens never activated, no staff ever approached the desk, and his sudden disappearance remains a complete mystery. The November day was bleak, with a low, heavy sky and a damp chill that penetrated every layer. The market was nearly empty, populated only by locals and a few wandering tourists like myself, killing time. Flea markets weren't typically my scene, but something felt different about this day. Old objects have always held a mysterious allure for me. Wandering through a market filled with the scents of fried dough and coffee, my attention was drawn to a booth that stood out from the surrounding clutter of rusty tools and faded postcards. The booth was a stark contrast to its chaotic neighbors, meticulously organized and tended by an elderly man who seemed as time-worn as the pocket watches he displayed. His thin white hair combed back, pale skin etched with the marks of age, and eyes that suggested depths beyond their years. A brown cardigan buttoned completely covered his frame, despite the mild temperature. About a dozen pocket watches lay arranged on a velvet cloth brass, silver and gold toned, each with its own unique design. What caught my eye was their impossible synchronization. Every single watch ticked in perfect unison, defying all logical explanation. A light tap on one seemed to provoke a response from the others, as if an invisible connection bound them together. The vendor watched me with a gentle, patient smile as I examined the watches. They all ticked the same, I observed, holding one up. He nodded cryptically. Different times, different makers, but all set to the same place. When I looked closer, an extraordinary detail emerged. Every watch's second hand was frozen, with minute an-hour hands pointing precisely to 316. A small, faded black and white photograph peeked out from beneath the table when I inquired about the watch's origin. The grainy image showed a group of men in front of an old factory, with one man standing slightly apart, holding a pocket watch up to the camera. The photograph was worn, with frayed edges, but the man's face remained clear, strikingly similar to the vendor himself. "Time is funny," he muttered, almost to himself. "Sometimes it stops, sometimes it moves, but it's always the same place." I asked if he could repair watches. He said he could, but preferred selling them. "Fixing time is more complicated," he added with a cryptic wink. Something felt slightly off about his demeanor. His hands moved with an unnatural stiffness, as if practicing human gestures but never quite mastering them. Though I'm not a watch enthusiast, something peculiar about this moment pulled me closer, a sense that I was witnessing something beyond ordinary understanding. I accepted the watch without fully understanding why. An old man at the market had gifted it to me, wrapping it carefully in a small velvet pouch. As market stalls began closing and rain intensified, I slipped the timepiece into my pocket, hesitating momentarily. The booth was eerily silent. No vendors around, just a growing stillness as light rain fell and the sky darkened. When I asked about strange customers, the vendor's pale, almost translucent eyes met mine. "I've seen many things. Not all of them make sense." He tapped one of the watches. "They're all keeping time together. That's what matters." Something felt off. When I inquired if the watches ever stopped, he mentioned they sometimes do, but always restart. A sharp chill ran down my neck. The booth's air grew suddenly colder, though the rain outside remained gentle. "What time is it?" I asked. He glanced at a cracked wall clock. 316, he responded. His voice carried a faint echo, as if reading from memory. All the watches on the table pointed exactly to 3:16. An unsettling feeling crept in. Before I could probe further, he interrupted my thoughts. Later, weeks after that market encounter, I noticed something peculiar. The watch still ticks, always in rhythm, always on 316. When I glanced back, memories flood in. The booth was empty. Only a neatly folded velvet cloth remained on the table, with no trace of the man who had been sitting there moments before. Sometimes, when silence surrounds me, I swear I can hear other watches ticking, just faint enough to catch if I listen intently. But they never change time. I hadn't planned on attending Matt Sanders' party. We worked together at a small Portland marketing firm, and his casual invitation initially seemed unappealing. It was a tired Friday night, and socializing felt like a chore. Yet something inexplicable made me decide to go, hoping to meet people outside our office. The gathering was intimate. Matt's third-floor apartment in an old southeast Portland brick building felt warm and welcoming. Misjudged furniture and scattered plants created an inviting atmosphere. Early November, rain fell outside, typical of Portland's chilly weather. Inside, cedar and subtle hints of cinnamon or vanilla softened the environment, inviting quiet conversation and connection. A stranger approached me near the kitchen while I nursed a beer, clean-cut and wearing a plain grey sweater and dark jeans. He seemed both familiar and completely unknown. With an unsettling confidence, he spoke my full name. "Hey, you must be Rachel Lynn Peterson." I blinked, stunned. No introduction had happened, yet this man named Mark knew my entire name. When I asked cautiously if we knew each other, he smiled. A smile that suggested he knew something I didn't. "No, we haven't met. I'm a friend of Matt's," he said. Then Mark did something that chilled me. He began discussing the Silver Creek accident from my childhood, the day I fell through the ice and nearly died. This was a memory I'd never shared outside my immediate family, a locked-away story too painful to recount. Mark spoke about it with an eerie calm, noting how my mother almost lost me that day. His words hung in the air. Matt continued chatting nearby, seemingly oblivious to this strange interaction. When I asked if Matt had told him about the accident, Mark's response was deliberately vague. "Maybe he did, maybe he didn't," he said with a shrug. "Doesn't matter much." Throughout the evening, Mark watched me intently. His gaze felt invasive, like he was trying to see something hidden beneath my surface. His eyes didn't blink quite right, and his smile seemed rehearsed. When I tried to learn more about his connection to Matt, he simply stated they'd known each other a long time. Later that night, after stepping outside into the rain-washed street, I returned to find Mark had disappeared. I asked Matt about him, but Matt claimed no knowledge of anyone by that name. The encounter left me unsettled, filling my mind with more questions than answers. The next day at work, the strange interaction continued to haunt me, a mysterious conversation that defied explanation. I was grabbing groceries after work, the kind of routine evening trip where you're just focused on getting home. The Seattle sky hung low and gray, typical for early March, and the store's interior smelled of bleach and cold produce. My mind was on autopilot as I collected the usual items: milk, bread, eggs. In the cereal aisle, something caught my attention. A little girl around 6 years old stood nearby, wearing a bright yellow raincoat with the hood up. She was motionless, silent, staring directly at me. When our eyes met, she just watched, like she was waiting for something. I looked away, assuming she was lost or distracted. But then things got strange. As I moved to grab a cereal box, she mirrored my exact movement. I stopped. She stopped. The synchronization was unsettling. This wasn't the first odd occurrence. A few days earlier, I'd asked Matt about Mark, a guy I was sure was at his party. Matt looked puzzled. "No, Mark," he insisted. I described him in detail, the grey sweater, his distinctive smile. Matt was adamant. No such person had been there. My co-workers drew blank looks when I mentioned Mark. Doubt crept in. Had I imagined the entire encounter? But something felt off. How did he know my full name? How did he know about the accident? The details were too precise to be random. Then came the voicemail. Static filled the recording, but beneath the noise, a voice repeated my full name. Rachel Lynn Peterson. Slowly, deliberately. I tried calling Matt. No answer. I tried others. Silence. That night, I watched my phone, waiting. Nothing came. Just silence. Who was Mark? How did he know such specific things about me? Sometimes I wondered if exhaustion was playing tricks on my mind. But the watch on my wrist ticked just like those old flea market clocks, steady, unchanging. The feeling of being watched lingered for days. Some mysteries, I realized, remained just beyond understanding. The aisle around me froze mid-movement. My steps caught, matched perfectly by a girl in a blazing yellow coat. Every motion I made, she copied with unsettling precision. 2 steps back, she followed. A cold spike of panic crawled up my spine, not the kind that triggers flight, but the type that leaves your mouth dry and skin tingling. No one else seemed to notice anything strange. Her face remained blank, eyes too steady, too calm, like something else was inhabiting a child's body. Each tiny movement, a slow step, a pivot, a spin, she mirrored with unnerving exactness. It felt like watching a reflection in a mirror made of something other than glass. Fluorescent lights made her coat glow an almost painful yellow. Her hood obscured most of her hair, and her skin looked peculiar, too smooth, almost artificial. Yet each time I blinked, everything appeared normal again. Joan, an older cashier with kind eyes, interrupted the moment. "Are you okay?" Her name tag gleamed under the lights. I nodded quickly, forcing a smile. "Just a little distracted," I muttered. She glanced at the girl. "That's Claire. She's shy, doesn't talk much," Joan said casually, but something in her look felt off. "She likes to watch people quietly. Don't mind her." I tried moving past Claire, but she stayed glued to my movements. Slowing down, speeding up, she matched me precisely. I abandoned the aisle, heading to checkout, hoping to lose her in the crowd, but she was waiting, standing just outside the produce section, still watching. I told Joan I had to go. Outside, rain had started falling. The desert highway stretched before me, Highway 95 rolling south of Reno. Late September's chill crept in as the sun disappeared behind distant hills, leaving a fading orange-pink glow. I'd been driving all afternoon, eager to reach home before complete darkness settled. A rest stop beckoned. I needed a break, not just for the restroom, but to dispel the tension that builds during long, solitary drives. Those moments when thoughts start spinning endlessly. I expected nothing out of the ordinary, just a quick stop, a bathroom visit, maybe a vending machine. Coffee. The highway rest stop bathroom was nearly empty, its grimy surfaces typical of such roadside stops. At the far end, a man stood at the sink, washing his hands in an odd, prolonged manner. He wasn't scrubbing or drying, just holding his hands under the water while staring intently into the mirror. Our eyes met, and he offered a faint, tight smile that didn't quite reach his eyes. Something felt deeply unsettling about that smile. It seemed wrong, out of place. I quickly finished washing and left. Later that night, rain fell lightly as I walked to my car in the parking lot. Near the entrance, a girl stood alone. No one else was around. During the drive home, I repeatedly checked the rearview mirror, half expecting to see her following me, but the road behind me remained empty. My roommate laughed when I described the encounter, suggesting the girl was probably just bored or had a weird sense of humor. I didn't find it amusing. A few nights passed. Lying in bed, I heard faint footsteps outside my window. Peering out, I saw only an empty street illuminated by a street lamp's soft glow. The next morning, a single yellow raincoat hung on my fence. Claire was gone. At work, I tried pushing the rest stop encounter from my mind, but that night, alone in my apartment, details began resurfacing. His clothes were unnaturally pristine, as if freshly purchased. Appearance-wise, he was completely unremarkable. Brown hair, average height, no distinguishing marks, yet his eyes were different, sharp, calm, almost as if something else inhabited that ordinary frame. I finished my cigarette and returned to the car, feeling uneasy. The highway stretched out empty, distant headlights breaking the navy blue twilight where first stars were emerging. Something about the guy in the bathroom was off. Not just his prolonged hand-washing or that strange smile, but the way he looked at me and at himself in the mirror like he was searching for something invisible. The night was crisp and cool, with air that smelled of wet leaves and wood smoke. Streets lay mostly empty, punctuated by distant car sounds and occasional dog barks. A few nights earlier, I had returned to a familiar rest stop just after sunset. The place felt deserted, and inside the bathroom, the sinks were empty. I washed my hands quickly and headed out. Near the parking lot's far edge, movement caught my eye. Someone stood behind the dumpsters, too distant to recognize, but positioned with an unnatural stillness. I watched until they vanished around the building's corner. After that, strange occurrences became routine. Shadows appeared in impossible places, street lights flickered as I passed, and persistent sensation of being observed from afar, always just out of sight, always watching. That Saturday night, I was nursing a beer after work at a nearly empty bar when Darren struck up a conversation. He looked like someone who'd just moved to town clean cut, but with a nervous edge. The small talk felt surprisingly easy, and we soon decided to walk somewhere quieter. As we walked side by side, Darren talked about how the town felt off in a way he couldn't quite explain. About 10 minutes into our walk, he suddenly stopped and tilted his head toward the sky. I glanced up, seeing the full moon hanging pale yellow over the rooftops. "Smaller?" I asked. He nodded with a strange, peaceful smile. "Yeah, like compressed, tighter." I felt uneasy. When I pressed him to explain, he just shrugged and said, "You'll see, I guess." We passed a streetlight that seemed dimmer than usual, steady but low, and I caught a glimpse of what looked like relief on Darren's face. Later that afternoon, I saw a man in a coffee shop who looked almost exactly like the guy from the restroom. He sat alone, staring out the window. When our eyes met, he gave me the same faint, knowing smile. Then I blinked, and he was gone. My friends laughed when I tried to tell them about it. They said I was tired or imagining things. Maybe they were right. But one detail kept nagging at me. The last time I'd been at that rest stop, the faucet where he'd stood was completely broken. It wouldn't turn on at all. So how had he been washing his hands for so long? Walking home felt wrong. Something was off, but I couldn't pinpoint exactly what. Shadows cut sharp edges against the street. Sounds would suddenly vanish when I turned my head. Behind us, I thought I heard footsteps, but spinning around revealed only an empty sidewalk and dark, blank windows. Darren didn't seem bothered at all. His calm was unsettling, like he anticipated something I couldn't see. We arrived on his street, a narrow road hemmed by old trees and silent houses, most lights extinguished. He gestured toward a small porch light. "Just down here," he said. Before saying goodbye, a detail jarred me. The street sign across from us read Maplewood, but the letters looked freshly painted. The sign itself seemed newer than my memory suggested. "How long have you lived here?" I asked. His response was strange. He gazed at me as if the question was absurdly simple, muttering, "Not really, not exactly." The house he faced looked too perfect. Immaculate lawn, steady porch light, spotless windows. A cold unease swept over me. "I'm heading home," I said, stepping back. Darren's smile was calm, almost knowing. Turning to leave, I glanced back, expecting him to call out. He had vanished. The porch stood empty, the light still burning. I was sure he'd gone inside, but the curtains remained tightly shut. My pace quickened toward the busier part of town. The moon hung overhead, full and bright, yet something felt compressed, smaller. Just as Darren had described, the space around me seemed to have shrunk, making everything feel unnervingly close and confined. Home at last, I locked the door and collapsed onto the couch. Darren's words replayed in my mind, describing this place like a compressed pocket, a miniature version of the world. I tried dismissing it as nighttime imagination, but later, glancing out the window, the moon looked different. Distant, cold, slightly smaller than it should be. The early morning light stretched across the valley, long shadows draping over a dense pine forest. Late October had brought a crisp clarity to the mountain air. the kind where your breath hangs visible before quickly dissipating with the rising sun. I was driving back from a weekend camping trip in the Sierra Nevada, having left my campsite before dawn to get an early start. An autumn afternoon drive home from my sister's Vermont place stretched out before me, the road winding through silent woodland. The asphalt was slick from early rain, the air heavy with wood smoke and wet leaves. After stopping at a roadside diner that seemed suspended in time, with its faded sign and worn vinyl booths, I continued my journey. About an hour later, I pulled into a small gravel overlook I'd often passed but never explored. Picnic tables were scattered around, offering a sweeping view of the silent forest below. A profound stillness hung in the air, as if the world was holding its breath. When I stepped out to stretch, the scent of pine and damp earth filled my lungs. Near the guardrail, an older couple caught my attention. They looked to be in their late 70s, dressed in tourist jackets with town names printed across them. The man had a grey beard and wire-rimmed glasses, while the woman wore a knitted hat pulled low over her ears. They smiled and waved, asking me to take their photograph. I agreed, and they stood close together, the woman resting her head on the man's shoulder. I used my phone to snap the picture, but something felt off when I looked down to review the image. The photograph was crystal clear, showing the bench and surrounding trees, yet the couple was completely absent. No blur, no shadow, nothing. Thinking my phone might have glitched, I took another picture. Once again, the bench was empty, with no trace of the people who had been standing there moments before. I scanned the overlook, searching the area around the bench and across the hilltop. They had vanished without a sound, without leaving a single footprint in the gravel. The morning's tranquility now felt charged with an unexplained absence. No cars were parked around, no voices, no movement. I sat on the bench trying to convince myself I'd simply missed where they might have gone, perhaps slipping away while I was distracted. Half expecting someone to jump out from behind a tree as a prank, I found only silence. A heavy, almost suffocating atmosphere settled around me at the overlook, different from the usual mountain breeze. The trees seemed subtly altered, though I couldn't explain why. Something felt deeply wrong. Later, scrolling through my trip photos at home, everything appeared normal. Friends by the campfire, my tent, the river, yet the overlook picture kept pulling my focus. The scene remained exactly as I remembered. A clear spot, an empty bench, just as I'd seen when taking the shot. My sister laughed about ghosts when I mentioned the incident over dinner. I said nothing more. Since then, I've returned multiple times to that spot, seeking answers. Each visit mirrors the last, just me and an unsettling quiet, with that inexplicable weight hanging in the air, as if the place harbored memories beyond my comprehension. At the diner, soft background noise and scattered customers created a typical scene. Sliding into a booth near the window, I ordered coffee and apple pie. An older woman in her 70s entered, her thin white hair pulled back, eyes remarkably alert. She smiled as if we were old acquaintances, speaking in a soft, slightly trembling voice. She asked for help and pulled a folded, yellowed, black and white photograph from her purse. The image showed a family picnic from years ago, a small group seated on a blanket under oak trees. But something in the background stopped me cold. Near the tree line stood a lone figure wearing exactly what I had on that day. My jeans, dark green jacket, and light blue shirt purchased just a week earlier. "How is this possible?" I asked, holding the photo up. She smiled faintly, almost sadly. "That's what I don't understand," she replied. "This was taken about 15 years ago. The person wasn't part of our family. We never could figure out who they were. I still can't explain what happened or where those mysterious people disappeared. The photo remains on my phone, unaltered, except for the missing figures. Sometimes I wonder if I imagined the entire experience, but that strange atmospheric weight suggests something real occurred, something I'll likely never fully understand." The Seattle drizzle hung like gray velvet over the city that early October evening, wrapping everything in a cool dampness. I was at one of Ellie's casual gatherings, hovering near the living room's edges and nursing a beer. feeling out of place among friends of friends. Near the kitchen, a woman stood alone, mid-30s, with short, dark hair and eyes that studied the room with an unsettling steadiness. Something drew me to approach her. "Hi, I'm Mark," I said, extending my hand. She smiled, a small, careful gesture. "Claire," she replied. Our conversation started with typical party small talk. How we knew Ellie, our work, but her voice carried an inexplicable quality that lingered in my mind. Later we discussed the diner and the town. She seemed content sitting quietly watching rain restart outside the window. Earlier that evening, a photograph had caught my attention. The figure's face was blurry, the posture unnaturally stiff, almost like a mannequin standing awkwardly among relaxed, smiling family members. Everything about my clothing matched the photo perfectly. "Are you sure this is from years ago?" I asked, feeling disoriented. "Absolutely," she confirmed. "I've kept this photo for decades." I handed the photograph back, my mind racing. She simply nodded, tucking it away. Days later, strange occurrences began to pile up. Vaguely familiar people appeared on the street, vanishing when I looked again. Phantom footsteps followed me when no one was around. Apartment lights flickered at odd hours. One night, seeking understanding, I walked the empty neighborhood streets beneath a low moon behind thin clouds. Passing the small park, I glimpsed a tall figure wearing a green jacket standing beyond the tree line. I blinked, and they disappeared. I left the party feeling strangely unsettled, my thoughts returning to that troubling photo. How could someone be wearing my clothes from so long ago? This wasn't a vintage jacket, it was brand new, and I knew exactly when I bought it. I don't know what it all means. Maybe it's nothing. But that photo remains like a persistent reminder that something about this world isn't quite right and perhaps never will be. Years ago, Jamie was my closest friend in college. Our friendship was tight until his sudden death in a car accident 6 years back. I thought I'd made peace with the loss, but then a voice changed everything. At Ellie's packed apartment party, a woman named Claire was talking. Her voice was an exact replica of Jamie's, identical in every single way. The sound stopped me cold. Time seemed to slow down as I stared, searching her face for answers, but found only a calm, almost blank look. We chatted about random stuff, music, movies, Seattle's weird weather, but my mind was racing, trying to understand how someone could sound so much like my dead friend. When Claire went to get another drink, I stayed by the kitchen, torn about whether to say something. Ellie casually mentioned Claire had just moved from Portland. "You two should hang out," she said with a smile. I nodded, but something felt strange. Portland wasn't far, yet I'd never heard Jamie's voice anywhere, except in memories and old recordings. After the party, the voice haunted me. Every word, pause, and laugh was unmistakably Jamie's, but Claire wasn't Jamie. I dug through social media, finding almost nothing about her. No posts, no photos, no mutual connections except Ellie. When I called Ellie to dig deeper, she described Claire as quiet and private. "She's a bit weird, keeps to herself mostly," Ellie said. I brought up the voice, trying to sound casual. Her response was equally offhand. "Oh, you mean like Jamie's? That's weird." The mystery hung there, unresolved and unsettling. It was a quiet night in Moss Bay, that small coastal town where life moves slowly and everyone knows each other. I was working my usual late shift at the bookstore, watching rain drizzle outside and waiting to close up. Soft street lights glowed through a cold, salty mist when the door chimed. Something felt different from the moment Claire first spoke to me. Her voice reminded me of Jamie in a way that was both unsettling and familiar. We'd laughed about it initially, but the feeling persisted. Then, one night at a nearly empty coffee shop, we talked more deeply about loss and memory. Her words were simple, but her eyes suggested something more complex. "Sometimes voices come back when we least expect," she said. I wanted to ask where she was really from, why she sounded like Jamie, but something held me back. Maybe it was respect, or the sense that some questions were better left unanswered. After that night, Claire disappeared. Ellie mentioned she'd moved out of town for work. but her voice stayed with me, shaking loose something fundamental about memory and reality. How certain sounds can pull you back into places you thought you'd left behind. I'd catch myself looking over my shoulder on the walk home, half expecting to see her following me, but there was only the rain-slicked, empty street. Even now I wonder if I imagined it all, or if there was something not quite human about Claire. Something that looked and sounded right, but wasn't. The bookstore was quiet as always near closing time. A man in a beige coat buttoned tight against the damp air walked in, his face a canvas of calm concentration. Something about his gaze was unsettling, intense, yet distant, like eyes that had seen far more than his apparent age suggested. Walking to the counter with measured steps, he asked softly, "What year is it?" The question hung in the air, unexpected. I answered, 2023, and watched a wave of relief wash across his face. He nodded slowly, as if this information carried deep significance, then turned and left without another word. The door's bell jingled behind him, breaking the silence. I stood there, feeling uneasy. His movements were strange, not quite natural, as if he wasn't comfortable in the space, or perhaps any space. When I locked up and started closing the registers, the rain tapped a steady rhythm against the windows, but my thoughts kept circling back to that odd encounter. The next day I couldn't shake the memory. I asked around, but no one else had seen him. It was like he'd materialized briefly, asked his cryptic question, and vanished. When I told my sister, she joked about time travelers. I laughed, but something about the idea didn't seem entirely ridiculous. The night the strange man walked into the bookstore just before closing, I couldn't have known how much would change, but something was different. Something was waiting. The emptiness of Portland's early April streets surrounded me as I waited at my usual bus stop, positioned between a weathered coffee shop and a silent park. The sky hung grey and pregnant with unspent rain, carrying scents of wet pavement and winter's last whispers. A man in his mid-30s stood nearby, dressed simply in black, his dark hair and unremarkable appearance blending into the twilight. Strange occurrences had been eroding my sense of normalcy. My phone battery drained inexplicably, and one morning I found my keys mysteriously tucked inside the refrigerator. Phantom footsteps followed me when no one was around, and distant street lamps sometimes revealed a motionless figure watching silently. A soft tapping at my second-floor apartment window first signaled something was different. When I looked out, only a wet street and flickering streetlight greeted me. The sound repeated, too intentional to be random. As I approached, a shadow flickered beyond the glass, vanishing almost before I could comprehend its presence. One rainy evening while closing the bookstore, the atmosphere felt oppressively heavy. The man in the beige coat appeared suddenly when the door chimed, his calm face and quiet eyes surveying the space as if encountering it for the first time. "Is everything as you remember?" he asked, studying me intently. My confusion prompted him to rephrase, "Do you feel like time is right?" Before I could respond, he cryptically warned, "You're running out of time," then disappeared into the wet night. Catching my reflection began revealing something unfamiliar in my eyes. Phantom footsteps echoed on the apartment stairs late at night, though the man in the beige coat never reappeared. Certain atmospheric conditions, rain blurring streetlights, a particular mistiness, would trigger a sensation of being watched. These moments of disorientation haunted me, their meaning perpetually just beyond understanding. A casual comment about Portland's impending spring rain broke the silence between us at the bus stop. I was surprised when the man next to me spoke, having noticed he carried nothing to pass the time, no phone, no book, just standing there, quiet and still. His gaze drifted upward, talking about the clouds and cool air with a sense of calm, but something felt off. His blinking was mechanical, almost robotic. 5 or 6 rapid blinks, then a complete stop, as if controlled by an unseen switch. The precision was unnerving, like a coded message being transmitted through his eyelids. Trying to appear casual, I asked about his unusual blinking. "Do your eyes ever get dry?" His response sent a chill down my spine. "I don't need to blink as much as you. It's different for me," he said, his voice unnaturally steady. The smile that followed seemed rehearsed, artificial. My discomfort grew. He wasn't looking at me, but through me, focused on something far away. "Do you live around here?" I asked, attempting to break the mounting tension. "Nabi," he replied vaguely, adding that he found waiting peaceful. Soft rain began to fall. He stood motionless, making no attempt to shield himself from the droplets. Those mechanical blinks continued their precise rhythm. When the bus arrived, cutting through the grey evening, I was eager to leave. On the bus, he sat a few rows ahead, never moving, never making a sound. His gaze remained fixed out the window, alternating between rapid blinking and sudden, complete stillness. The ride felt endless. As my stop was announced, I noticed he wasn't departing. Through the window, I watched him until the bus pulled away. That night, something about him lingered in my thoughts. His unnatural blinking, his strange comments about waiting, as if the bus stop was more than just a simple location. A week after my first encounter, I found myself on the downtown subway during rush hour. The train was packed tight, a chaotic blend of tired faces, loud music, and garbled announcements. Fresh from my graphic design studio job, I was ready to go home and disconnect. Standing near the door with my backpack close to the pole, sitting by the window just across from me was a man in his late 30s. At first glance, he seemed ordinary, neat brown hair, glasses catching the flickering light, a grey jacket, blue jeans, but something felt off. His smile caught my attention immediately. It wasn't natural. This was a smile frozen in place, like a carefully positioned mask that would not budge. Around him, the subway car bustled with noise. A kid yelling, a woman shouting into her phone, people pushing and bumping. Yet his smile remained unchanged, perfectly still. I scanned the car. Everyone else seemed exhausted or distracted, lost in their phones, or staring blankly. But not this man. His smile was constant, unnerving. When people jostled him, he didn't react. No shift in posture, no change in expression. The more I watched, the stranger he became. His entire face was motionless. No blinking, no muscle movement. Just that fixed smile and calm, distant eyes, as if he were watching something invisible to everyone else. When a guy nearby burst into loud laughter, the man didn't even twitch. This wasn't my first strange encounter. Sleep hadn't come easily after the first incident. I'd returned to the same bus stop, hoping to understand what I'd experienced. But he was gone, no trace. Just typical city sounds and a faint, rain-wet pavement smell. A nearby woman, when asked, looked at me strangely and said no, just regular people, occasionally a homeless person. A week earlier, downtown, I'd seen a similar man at another bus stop. This time I'd watched silently. The blinking pattern was identical. Who was he? What did he want? The entire encounter felt like a reality glitch. Something just beneath the surface that I couldn't quite understand. I stopped taking the bus after that. The train ride started like any other, but something felt off. A car's lights flickered for an instant, and when they steadied, his smile changed, sharper, with skin impossibly smooth. I blinked, and everything seemed normal again. Yet that smile remained. As passengers pressed forward to exit, he rose slowly, still holding the pole. His smile never wavered. When he passed me, I caught a reflection of his eyes in the window, and a chill ran through me. Those eyes weren't human. Faintly blue and almost glowing, they looked like glass. I pretended to study my phone, heart racing, wondering why no one else seemed to notice. His smile was different, penetrating, and unsettling. Near the doors, he stood waiting, moving unlike anyone else. Almost floating, barely touching the ground, he seemed detached from the crowded passengers. The train stopped, doors opened, and the crowd surged around him. For a moment, I lost sight of him. Then I spotted him again in the car's middle, calm and still, that unnerving smile constant. Doors closed, train pulled away. I wanted to exit at the next stop, but found myself too shaken to move. Days passed. I kept seeing him on the same train, same time, same window spot. His smile remained unbroken by the surrounding chaos. Finally, I gathered my courage. "Hey," I said quietly. "Do you take this train every day?" He turned, smile widening slightly. "I try to," he responded softly, "but I don't always make it." When I asked what he meant, he gazed out the window as if watching something distant. "Sometimes I get off, sometimes I don't." Bright blue eyes, like a mirror that didn't quite reflect reality. I asked if he lived nearby. He shook his head. "No," he said, then turned away with that same empty, calm smile. The ride felt colder after our conversation. Walking home, the city seemed more distant, his enigmatic presence lingering in my mind. That night, I scanned the news, nothing unusual, just mundane reports about traffic and weather. I continued riding the subway, driven by a need to understand. Some days he vanished completely. Other days he would be there, sitting in his usual spot, watching the world with an expressionless gaze that suggested he was both everywhere and nowhere at once. When I first met the man, something felt off. We were on a train, and as we passed through a long tunnel, the lights briefly went out. When they flickered back on, his smile seemed different, almost artificially precise. I caught his gaze and suddenly felt dizzy, as if falling backwards. The train kept moving, and around me, people continued chatting and laughing. Weeks later, I told my friend Mark about the encounter. He dismissed my concerns, suggesting it was just a guy with facial tics or anxiety, but I knew it was more than that. At my stop, I had hurried off without looking back. One day, I followed him to the last stop near an old industrial area. He walked down a side street and vanished between two warehouses. The street was deserted, silent, except for my footsteps and distant traffic sounds. At the corner where he disappeared, I looked around. Nothing. An unsettling sensation crept over me, not just a normal feeling of being watched, but something more intense. I waited, but no one appeared. When I turned to leave, a flicker of movement caught my eye in the shadows. I thought it might be an animal, but when I looked again, there was nothing. I stopped following him after that, yet the feeling lingered, a sense that something wasn't right about that man. His smile, his eyes. Sometimes on late-night subway rides, I notice people staring or lights flickering just as someone enters or exits the train. But I haven't seen him in a while. The only certainty was his smile. It never changed. I don't know who he was or what he wanted. Maybe he was just another lost soul in the city. Or maybe something else entirely. I'm Wes Harper, a crop duster from Amarillo, Texas. For a decade, I've been flying over the Panhandle, watching fields spread out beneath me like a green and gold quilt. My work is straightforward spraying and planting during the usual seasons. The early sun warmed the landscape as I prepared for a routine crop dusting run. That morning began typically, up before dawn, strong coffee brewing, gear packed, heading to the airstrip on the town's edge. The sky was clear, the air crisp. My target was a wheat patch near Canyon, about 20 miles southwest of Amarillo. These jobs require steady concentration, especially when flying low and making precise movements. The wheat fields stretched out below me as I piloted the duster, listening to the radio's intermittent buzz from Amarillo approach. Routine weather reports and altitude updates filled the cockpit while I maintained focus on the landscape. About 30 minutes into my run, something unusual caught my eye during my third pass over the fields. A quick flash, a sunlight glint, initially seemed like nothing remarkable. Maybe a bird or a piece of farm equipment reflecting sunlight. But it happened again closer this time, and suddenly everything changed. A silvery oval shape darted beneath me with impossible speed. It moved too fast for a vehicle, too low for an aircraft, and completely silent. In less than a second, it passed under the duster's belly, leaving me gripping the controls with a racing heart. Compact and maybe 10 to 15 feet long, the object had a surface so polished it gleamed like metal. No wings, no propellers, just a bright silver blur that seemed to challenge everything I understood about physics. I radioed Amarillo approach, my voice slightly unsteady. Dust 47 to Amarillo approach. An unidentified object just passed underneath me at low altitude. Can you confirm any traffic? Dust 47. We have no other aircraft in your area. No traffic reported near your coordinates, came the calm response. I circled the field, searching for any sign of the mysterious object. Nothing emerged. The sky remained empty, with only wispy clouds breaking the horizon. A strange quiet descended, the engines hum, the winds whisper, as if the world had momentarily suspended itself. Later that night, my rig sputtered onto a gravel shoulder west of Brownwood, near a small marathon station. I'm Hank Lawson, driving flatbed out of Abilene, 2 runs into a grueling 13-hour shift. The neon pump buzzed like an angry wasp, diesel and mesquite hanging in the night air. My phone, which had shown 3 bars earlier, now displayed no service in bold letters. Exhausted enough to see highway mirages, I stepped out and approached the pump. The card reader blinked, its digital numbers slightly blurred as if smudged by a greasy thumb. I punched at the keypad, muttering to myself, still processing the inexplicable encounter in the sky. The night was eerily silent. A dog behind the store had been barking fiercely, then suddenly stopped. No gradual quiet, just an abrupt stillness. Crickets along the embankment went mute. Only the pump lights hum and distant tire sounds lingered. This wasn't my first odd experience. Weeks before, while flying, I'd witnessed something impossible in the sky. It moved differently swift and unnatural. When I told the hangar crew, they dismissed it as a light trick or an unseen drone, but I knew what I'd seen. At night, I'd wake up thinking about it. Sometimes a faint glow would catch my eye, or I'd hear a strange hum. The next time I flew the same route, the Texas fields lay silent under the sun, the sky empty. A white light washed over the parking lot, soft as filtered church sunlight. Stars shrank to tiny points as the entire sky transformed. No sound, no movement. My phone was dead, stuck at 12:17. My old Timex showed the same time. I tried to rationalize it, thinking I'd been staring at displays too long. A big double-axle truck slowed across the pumps. Its engine died. A boot thudded. A muffled curse drifted through the air. "You all right?" I called, my voice small and flat in the white light. The driver emerged, flashlight bouncing. "Phone's dead," he said, wearing that look of total bewilderment. We stood there as the pump's clock ticked, pretending everything was normal. The lights surrounded us, almost taking a shape we couldn't quite grasp. My skin crawled with uncertainty. I tried the pump. The card reader flashed an error. Its screen went blank, then displayed a number that made no sense. It claimed I'd filled the tank when I knew I hadn't pumped anything. I haven't seen that silvery shape again. But every time I'm up there, scanning those wide-open plains, I can't help wondering, was I the only one who witnessed something that didn't belong? The sky hung black with its usual sparse stars as we stood there, both of us staring upward. The other driver, a ranch-bred guy, not yet 40-dash, seemed as uneasy as I was. We silently wished for something ordinary. Rain, a passing police car, a crackle of AM radio. Then the glow began stretching lower, like an unseen hand adjusting a cosmic lampshade. The dog nearby barked a couple times, then fell back to sleep. A distant tractor coughed once and went silent. That stillness pressed against my ears with an almost physical weight. My truck's telemetry screen started acting strange. Numbers blinked nonsensically. The tachometer read 0, even though my keys were in hand. The console clock jumped erratically between times 12217, 1236, 1218, uncertain of itself. The windshield reflected a soft white light that showed a face both unfamiliar and genuine. It wasn't a dramatic event. No crashes, no buildings illuminated, no thunder. More like the universe had momentarily misplaced and then recovered a page from its own story. The younger driver beside me tried cracking jokes about satellite failures, his nervous laughter thin and unconvincing. I kept checking my phone and Timex, both showing slight, unsettling inconsistencies. My phone stuck at 12:17, while the watch flickered briefly to 12:36 before snapping back. Gradually the glow thinned and pulled away like dissipating fog. The neon pump lights blinked as if nothing unusual had occurred. My phone suddenly came alive, network bars crawling back into place. "Hey, did y'all just..." The kid's voice cut through the silence. This time, everything aligned perfectly. Total matching gallons, a clean receipt. I tucked it into my pocket, potential evidence of something. He walked to his truck, tested the radio, and started the engine with a cough that stirred dust around him. A slow wave, the kind people give when wind returns to a momentary stillness. Back in my truck, I pulled the keys to start the engine. 3 different timepieces told 3 different stories. Dash clock at 12:38, Timex at 12:17, phone showing a dispatch text, time-stamped 12:37, that I didn't recall receiving. The receipt claimed a fill-up time of 12:18. Something had happened. Something unexplained. Something felt off, but I couldn't pin it down. I write logs, keep receipts, and sleep when I can. This isn't about chasing ghosts or diving into science fiction stories. This is about what happened on that highway. 20 minutes can stretch forever on an empty road. Long enough to witness a calf being born or for someone to appear and vanish without a trace. I drove, my rig feeling unusually heavy, as if the load had decided to settle in for a nap. Dispatch caught up with me once I hit the black top. "You good, Hank? Missed the check-in?" the operator said, her voice professional and flat. I explained the delay at the pump. She pressed for the receipt number, then commented, "You logged 20 minutes late on that last check. Sure you didn't stop somewhere else?" I stood firm about being at the Brownwood pump. After a brief hold, she returned, "No one else has reported outages." The West Texas sky looked cold and indifferent as I pulled back onto the highway. My Timex showed 12:17 while my phone loaded backed-up texts. An hour later, my watch and phone synchronized, and the dispatch log confirmed I'd been offline for 20 minutes. The receipt and dashboard clock told different stories. I couldn't make sense of it. Was I tired? Was it static? Something in the wiring? Nothing felt right. The next day I mentioned it to my buddy at the yard. He laughed too loudly. "That whole stretch has got weird power lines. Donut. I've seen other strange things on these runs. Roadside mirrors that don't look quite right. Fog with a metallic scent. I keep the receipt folded 3 times in my logbook. Now, whenever I cross that highway stretch, I find myself scanning the sky, always watching. I apologize.